Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IESF World Esports Championship qualifiers here at the Europe region. Once again, we have seen the Asia and Oceania qualifiers. This time around, it's going to be about 5 more teams out of the Europe region. We've seen 6 games yesterday, 6 explosive games, 6 record-breaking games as well. And today will all be concluded. Lucky enough, I'm not alone. Kovo's there to guide me through the day as well. Kovo, give me, just straight up, give me your thoughts for today. Talk to me about the leaderboard situation.
The leaderboard situation is super interesting. Today is the day where we close it all out, right? And today is the day where we're sending 5 teams to the World Esports Championship. And it's been a day of the favorites so far, I feel like. It's been a lot of the favorites towards the top. It's really just Serbia that's not really been towards the top. But we have 5 spots. And I think we've had 4 teams, roughly, all of the favorites that were performing really well. And I feel like there is a space on that leaderboard for a team that we didn't expect to go. Right now, I think that's Poland. Yeah, we didn't really have them on our cards at all, and they've been performing really well. But we're gonna send someone. We're gonna send someone to the World Esports Cup that we didn't expect before the game started. So who that's gonna be, I'm not sure, but it's an exciting prospect for me.
Yeah, once again, we'll take a look at the leaderboard situation in detail later on. But yes, there's kind of the 4 big favorites in there. 4 out of, I want to say 6, maybe 7 big favorites, which is obviously Türkiye, who's had that massive 24-25 kill game yesterday, which was, if you haven't watched it, a sight to behold. I don't think we've seen anything like this in the IESF World Esports Championship qualifier up until this day. Once again, I can only tell you guys to watch it so many times, but it's been nothing short of an amazing game. They played this to absolute perfection. I think there's a learning aspect in there, I think, for almost everyone. We'll take a look and have a quick recap about yesterday in case you haven't watched the games, or even in case you have, to once again get you back up to speed on what's really happened yesterday. Because as you said, there's some big favorites in there. Let's take a look at the leaderboard situation before we go into detail. Ukraine, for example, who's had a massive comeback yesterday. They started off rather slow, but they got back into things with 2 dinners in the last games. And once again, 76 points might be enough. We talked about this yesterday. We were thinking the cutoff point was going to be somewhere around 85 to 90. So with them being on 76, they don't need to do all that much anymore.
No, they really don't. I think they're pretty much safe at this point, and they don't have to do anything anymore. But they will, of course, continue to play the game, and they will continue to dominate some of these lobbies. So they are a force to be reckoned with. France in 3rd with 64 was a team that impressed us yesterday. I think they had 5 very, very good games and then ended it with a 0-pointer. And then there's quite a reasonable gap below them. 14 points difference to Poland in 50. And then Belarus and Romania only 3 points away from that. So right around the cutoff, it gets really exciting. It gets really interesting. And I even want to put Moldova into that pack. Because they have also consistently been getting kills yesterday, consistently putting points on the board. So those are the main teams I feel like you're looking for. That pack from 4th to 7th, that's the most contested right now. And then somebody below that with a big game could push themselves into that pack.
Yeah, I quickly want to touch on Belarus for the time being, because in my opinion, that's the most surprising team out of the top 5. I mean, even Poland has some experienced players. Ket, for example, we talked about him. He played for Unicorns of Love. He had his quick, I want to say his quick showing at the top of the European scene as well. Unfortunately, he's not really playing as actively anymore, or at least at the top of the scene. But he's at least got big stage experience. I'm not sure the same can be said about Belarus as much. I feel like they're the biggest upset team right now in the top 5. I wouldn't have expected them to be there. So for them to have that big of an impact right now in the overall leaderboard situation, to me, once again, is quite a surprise. And I think it just speaks volume about how good some of these players are in some of these teams. I mean, obviously, Tenshik is a player that obviously cannot be underestimated, but he was never, I'd say at least, he was never, at least at some point, never as successful as maybe the rest of the players from Poland. So I'm gonna have to wait and see how that one's gonna turn out, especially since in terms of placement points as well, they've been rather far behind in comparison to, actually they're rather far up front, but that's never a good sign if you have placement points, but the runner-ups do not really have that and just, frag through the lobby, because at some point you can't really predict placement points anymore, right? And there's going to be bad rounds that follow you. So someone who's just been fragging out throughout these games, going to be a little bit of an advantage. And I'm talking about Romania and Moldova here.
100%. It's the more consistent way to get points as we will go through the day. And as we're having a look at the schedule for today, we're starting off on Sanhok again. We're playing 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars. I want to say something that I think is very true for almost every tournament, but it's especially true when only a small part of the lobby will have a chance to qualify. The later on you're getting in the tournament, the wilder these rounds are going to get, the less predictable these rounds are going to get, and the less you're going to be able to play a structured game when it comes to your position on the map and your rotations that you're pulling off, because you just don't know what people are doing anymore when maybe almost the bottom 10 teams in the last game, for example, won't be playing for anything anymore. So, and then the top 3 might also be already cemented. So you want to get your points early, but you also want to be able to win fights consistently, win fights cleanly, because like you said, it's the easier way to stay consistent, and it's the easier thing to pull off in a lobby that's changing every round.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Also, from everything we've seen so far coming out of the top teams, that has specifically ring true even further, because all these top teams have only gotten to these big rounds because they were just fragging out at the edges, because they were just individually superior to, I want to say, especially all these other lesser experienced teams in this lobby and lesser experienced countries, especially. But yeah, is that going to change really? No, that's the big part, right? If you have that superiority once, I feel like you're not letting it slip away. And to some degree, you can't even. You're not getting worse over the course of a day, right? It's quite the opposite, actually. I feel like with the amount of confidence that Turkey or the Ukraine has now, I think they'll just be plowing through this even more because, as we said, being in a 70-point plus stage right now, with I want to say only 6 more games, almost securely gives you a qualifying spot. I mean, maybe they need 1, maximum 2 double-digit rounds, and they are 100% inside the top 5. There's just no turning this situation around, especially with how many points now Ukraine has gotten in the last round. Here's France, by the way. We talked about them. Kind of a surprise to you at least. Wasn't a surprise to me. I watched these scrims now happening over the course of the last months, and these guys, obviously very experienced roster, have been a part of the European scene for the last 4 years, I want to say. Even back in 2020, I think these guys were already playing together, at least in some form around the European scene. Maybe not in that specific lineup, but at least all of them have been playing in professional teams, and them coming together here, especially Viktor Navalov. I kind of want to say Viktor Navalov, because honestly, now that I've read through it, everyone has shown us glimpses of excellence in the games yesterday. They've all been nothing short of amazing. So I want to see them specifically today be even more consistent in late game, because they've gotten to late game, they fragged out, but they haven't been able to close out any of these games. Not even close, actually. So that's my big hope for France today. Close out a game, show everyone that you can finish off games, and if you get into the grooves of things, maybe even take the 1 spot.
Yeah, there's a chance that happens. They're certainly in reach, only 10 points behind first, but they will have to step it up a little bit, like you said, and stay consistent as they were able to do in the first games. And then towards the bottom side of the leaderboard, we have a lot of teams that are consistent, but just consistently mediocre. And I think Germany has been an example of that. I feel like they've been getting a few eliminations almost every match, right? They had 4 or 5 in 4 matches yesterday, I think. So they're getting some of their kills, but they really don't seem to figure out how to move into these circles or how to transition from a tough fight into a salvage, into something where you can still get a few points, right? The game on Miramar came to mind, where yes, they win the fight in Monte, but they never make it out of Monte because it just takes a little too long, and they can't really figure out where to put the smokes down and how to make the cross. And it's tough. It's tough. This is a strong lobby. This is a lobby that you need. You're battling versus a lot of experience and a lot of individual skill. So I don't blame them. But yeah, it's just there's a little bit missing. There's just that little bit of survivability missing to put them into contention here for now.
Yeah, I agree. We need more. I feel like it's a similar story for plenty of these teams down the second part of the leaderboard. Not only Germany, but also Serbia. We haven't touched on Serbia quite as much as maybe I would have liked. Such an experienced roster. Be reminded, they qualified last year, and I think deservedly so. Koa, especially in Bishkek, have now been able to grab some real big international experience that they even kind of didn't have last year, and they still made it work. So this time around, it's really surprising to me that that performance doesn't really match what they have done outside of the IESF competition. And I want to see them kind of get on par a little bit more. They need to come up with a win. I talked to Melis yesterday, also crazy experienced player. I talked to him. He literally played in PSL America this season. I talked to him, and he said if they win the first game, there's gonna be a comeback, 100%. Otherwise, we'll have to wait and see how things go, obviously. But he has no doubt in his mind, as soon as he gets that one dinner, things are gonna work out, and they really need it.
Yeah, they really need it, and I respect that as well. He says, well, we need to get the momentum going, right? We need to get out of the gate swinging because we are so far behind. We just saw Poland there. Another bit of a surprise was the 50 points right now, very close to third as well, and firmly in that pack towards the qualifying teams. But they've got a lot of placement points, but they haven't been as impressive as some of the other teams around them, I would say, especially when it comes to eliminations. So they'll have to prove it today that they belong there. And a team that's I think the polar opposite to them would be Romania, who really have been fragging a whole lot. They had 2 games back-to-back with 12 elims, where I think Poland has not a single game just breaking the double digits, and had a lot of 1 and 2 elim games. So completely opposite sort of approaches to the game, but very close to each other on the leaderboard, kind of showing that, yes, there's different strategies, but they can all work.
Yeah, and there we have it. Koa, Melis, Maksha, and Bishke, the guys that unfortunately just haven't really caught up to the success that they had last year. Once again, it is still possible. You were talking about Romania and Moldova being bad, though, on the leaderboard to kind of say in this one as well. And to some degree, if you're that far down, I mean, yes, we said it's going to be possible with the dinner, but to some degree, the rest of the teams will also need to slow down somewhat, because at the moment it is really top heavy. And we said there was only going to be one real spot left between all these top teams, which is the spot that Belarus is in right now, because the rest of the teams will just be too consistent to be caught up, especially from someone who's like 30 points down. Yeah. But then again, I mean, we've seen crazier stories, but I kind of feel like that's going to ring true. Spain here, I got to talk about them for a second as well. Similar story, rather unexperienced lineup, I want to say, but good players as well, and they just really haven't been able to catch anyone really either. Crazy Vasquez, Memphis, and obviously Carrasco, who's the 5th player. I don't think he's playing in this one. I don't see him here right now, but he's a big part of this as well. And I hope they're gonna I don't know, could at least continue to show ambition, and that's what they've been doing yesterday, and that's what I really admire as well. They've shown initiative to take some fights just straight up head on, and maybe that's gonna work out same way it did for Azerbaijan. I mean, these guys were struggling as well, and then they really showed up in one of these rounds, and they're still in contention now.
They still are, and a team that's not just in contention, a team that's one of the favorites that basically locked their slot in is Turkey. And I think they really proved us yesterday. They were really showing us why they are a favorite and why they deserve to be one. I think maybe we even see 2 spots fought for, but Turkey is not one of them. Turkey and Ukraine back to back, 1st and 2nd. These guys are locked in. France probably as well, but Turkey and Ukraine, no doubt in my mind, not even close. These guys will go to the World Esports Championship, and they deserve to be there. We're going to look at post-match stats. So basically, we're looking at team stats for every winner of each match. And I think that's going to tell a pretty interesting story, because our first Sanhok, right, it started for the Ukraine. It didn't start like a crazy match. They got a few elims, sure, 11 of them. They didn't do a ton of damage except for Havlik, who's got 930. But the way they won the first match was pretty much just clean rotations. And, well, you can say the same for the second match, can you?
Yeah, kind of the same story. Poland took home that second match. They were really fortunate to have that position northern side of Pochinki relatively early on, and they just never let go of it. They fought Germany for it. I said yesterday, maybe things could have gone very differently for Germany as well. If they would have won that fight, if the first initial 2 knocks would not have gone the way of Poland, I think it would have been way better for them. They potentially would have secured that round as well, and that would have been a confidence boost that they really so desperately needed. But this time around, it has been Poland, unfortunately, that won that fight. Unfortunately for any Polish fan, they made quick work with what they've been given and secured that round as well. Good stuff.
Yeah, now this is the record breaker, right? This is the crazy, crazy Erangel game that Turkey was able to take away. 24 frags, an insane amount of damage dealt. I feel like the damage received stat there, that's a bug. That's not actually how that panned out, but crazy amounts of damage done, crazy amount of points gathered, and that's just a super impressive game. Super impressive game. Ukraine, they win, I think, 2 or 3 games even. I think Ukraine won 3 games yesterday, but none of them was as crazy as that Turkey win.
Yeah, no, I gotta even look back and count because of how many good rounds we've had from Ukraine. Even if they didn't win any of these rounds, we still would have had them, I think, in our minds, just based off of how much they were fragging out on these edges and how smart they rotated. And once again, I talked to the coach as well, Bambini. He's been saying, yes, they want to take top 1 in Europe for the 4th time in a row, and well, you can tell they're doing a good job with that. They're doing a really good job. And there we have it. Yeah, the 3rd one, I believe it is Ukraine there with the last dinner of the day. 700 damage, an old boy, but a massive performance. But then, once again, it's been Tulika as well who's been shining on through. I know he hasn't been impactful as much in the first dinners, but in this one, he really was some pretty important frags. And I think it was the last one to actually close it out. I think him or Havlik actually were the ones to take that last one.
I think it was Tulika. Yeah.
I think it was Tulika as well.
He really popped off. He really popped off and cleaned up everything that was left on that server. He was just like pop, 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 pop. You're out. Yeah, I was just crazed by what Turkey did in that game 3. But at the end of the day, you have to respect Ukraine for just being better overall, right? Just winning a few more games, making sure to close out chicken dinners. The Gatka game comes to mind where. Yes, they make it a little bit too close for comfort, maybe, but they do close that out as well. And that Miramar game at the end, they had no right to win it, but they were just better than Belarus in that situation, and they were just taking control and making sure they had every angle to close that out. So they've been stellar yesterday, but the exciting part, I feel like, begins at the 3rd place in the leaderboard. The exciting part, if France starts really slow, then it begins at slot 3. If France comes out the gate swinging, maybe we even start at the 4th and 5th rank. But that's where it's super contested, and that's where I feel like literally everybody in the lobby has a chance. Like you said, Serbia win the first game, they're absolutely in there. They absolutely have a chance to make it into that top 5.
Yeah, same goes for everyone down towards the second part of the leaderboard. But they need to start early, and that's what it comes down to. Once again, it's open, yes. 3 spots, I want to say, are open, but only really if you start out right away. It's only 6 chances. And Sanhok, out of all of these, unfortunately, to some degree, because we've seen how it went yesterday, is going to be the first map. And that's always a little bit random to some degree. Sometimes rotations and circles in a 21-team lobby just like that just won't work out perfectly if there's just too many angles on you. And that can happen sometimes even without your direct control. I mean, that's why so many players have been saying, you know, this map will be fine if it isn't played anymore, but and this time around it's the big X factor in this qualification. I'd love to see it. Yesterday, I gotta say, I was surprised. We saw less contests on Sanhok that we saw on Erangel and Miramar. So in this instance, I'm actually completely fine with it. It felt like a relatively fair game, which I didn't expect with the prerequisites that we had going into this.
It's going to be interesting. Because even if you maybe, I feel like there's, like you said, it's a little random as the game is. But even if you don't get the circle, even if you don't get fed, if you're a team like Serbia, you get yourself 8 elims, you're almost doubling your points. You're not really, but you're getting 50% of what you had yesterday, right? So they can make big jumps just by winning a few fights or a couple of fights, 2 team fights where you actually clean wipe and you're going from 18 to 26. That's a big jump, and that's a big boost in confidence as well. So they just need to get something going, and so does any team towards the bottom side of the leaderboard. Ukraine, on the other hand, jumping out in a very chill area once again. Lots of space for them. They've been really cruising through these early games yesterday, Felix.
Yeah, they've been cruising through these early games. Ukraine, to be fair, did have hot drops on Erangel, and once again, I talked to them. Yeah, one of them. I talked to them, and actually in between 3rd and 4th match, I was like, are you going to continue contest this? And he was like, yeah, maybe not the next game. And they literally won the very next game, if you remember correctly. Yeah. It's literally been that exact round that they didn't contest it again. And once again, I can understand why in a best of 12 scenario, you don't necessarily need to fight for it yet. If you really want to fight for it when you get to LAN, and that was the outlook at that point, then actually do it on LAN or do it in scrims. But make sure you secure qualification first and foremost. And that's what they did. So massive, massive congrats once again to Ukraine. They're playing their hearts out. And yeah, I feel like the difference right now to Turkey, it's not big, but it feels like it's that little bit of a difference in terms of what you want to achieve. I think Turkey's just going to be fine with the top 5. They didn't necessarily care as much. They just want to have a good showing, have some fun. But Ukraine, once again, I talked to them, they want to be the one European team. I feel like that's just the tiny bit of difference between these two teams going in for today.
We'll have to wait and see. Like you said, right? One hot drop, they essentially lose it, but I think they still got themselves 7 elims or something in that game. So they can definitely afford to hot drop as well when they're doing so well in the other games. So it's an interesting story because, yes, I mean, you could afford to hot drop if you're Ukraine. You could afford to hot drop if you're Turkey. But what is the point if you're both going to make it to finals anyway, and then you don't want to contest in the finals? You're playing versus some of the best nations in the world, right? You don't want to be contesting a loot spot versus your European colleagues. So it's really not an easy question to answer if you do leave that hot drop or if you stay. Both of them would benefit from leaving, but if you're the one leaving, the other one gets the loot spot and also isn't contested anymore, right? So you're kind of just giving it up, and you're just helping the others more than you're helping yourself. There's a hot drop though. There's Serbia, but I don't even know. Okay, they are well aware, and they are even getting the first knock. Bishke is the one to pick it up, and Serbia is starting like we wanted them to, Felix.
Yeah. Oh my lord, that was not Bishke, that was Koa actually. So do not be fooled by what we just witnessed, but a good spray nonetheless. I think that was a big distance. Still on Koa as well. Yeah, that's a good range. Maybe they actually both shot at him at the same time, and that's why he went down that fast. But either way, it is Hungary taking down to 2 players very early on. And yeah, Serbia, that's what they need. That's the start they needed as well. And look what they have. They have boot camp as well. Out of all the loot spots you want to have on Sanhok going into this, you want to have boot camp. And you got it with 2 additional frags. So massive, massive step. They're going to try and clean up the last player. Little do they know, no one's even going to be close to this. So they don't necessarily even need to rotate up the hill to get this one. Good start from Serbia. They said they wanted to start with the chicken dinner. This is a good pathing.
Do they spot the player on the island? Yes, they do. And that's a third. That's a third. Now they know it's just one up.
In the water as well.
Yeah, they have no idea about this. They don't know that the last guy is swimming, but now at least they know. Okay, we've taken down 3. We can go for the flush, and they're playing power in numbers. I love this. They're essentially a death ball here, running up that hill, right? They're just making sure we don't want to lose a member. We don't want anyone to get flushed. Turkey's in the kill feed picking up 1, and I feel like Germany is about to be on the left side of the kill feed there. Crazy's been spotted by 0, and that nade is doing a good bunch of damage. Not enough to get the knock, but he can lob out a second. Crazy has no idea what's hitting him here.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. He's running. Oh, he's proning towards 0, and 0's going to pick that one up. Good, quick flush coming out from Germany. And, well, this is a good start for both these teams down on the second part of the leaderboard. We said they needed to step things up. I didn't expect that to happen so early, but looks like it does. First game, first phase, and both of these contenders with 2 and a frag each.
Yeah, and there should definitely be a third one for Serbia as well, right? They're 100% getting that confirmed. The question is, do they find a 4th? I don't think so. The question is also, how much time do they spend getting that third confirmed? Because that guy's on an island in a house, right? You don't want to go flush him. It costs you so much. But we'll have to wait and see what that is. And like we said, even just decent games are big jumps on the scoreboard. Just look at that live scoreboard on the bottom right there. Serbia getting themselves 8 more points, jumps them up from 14th to 10th, right? Like, that's a big jump on the leaderboard, and that's a big jump for your mentality as well. That really feels good when you've been so far to the bottom the whole of the day. So yeah, have to wait and see what they're able to achieve, but this is a really, really good start from... They've gotten the res. Hungary swam back and got the res, Felix.
I feel like Serbia's going to go for it, though. I saw 2 players being relatively close towards the small island now. They just got to be careful of not throwing it away. Because if you continue taking these types of fights, at some point, the probability is quite high that you will make a mistake, but realistically, that shouldn't happen. Spain, though, finds revenge on that last player that they lost. If not against Germany, then against Luxembourg, who will be taken out. They've unfortunately yet to secure a point. And as thus, they will be once again eliminated. Good picker coming out from Spain. They need that as well. 18 points. They will tie things. But these frags being secured with Germany.
Turkey is in a wild scuffle already. They've lost a member. They've gotten down 2. Now it's another one knocked. It's wild going down. They're not quite ready for what's coming to their doorstep. They were cruising around, being quite aggressive, but they're looking to be punished right now. And this is going to be a pretty slow start for the second place on the leaderboard. Losing 2 members for 2 elims, you would never deem that worthy. And ooh, Bandita, he's continuing the long-range sprays. That's Croatia losing 1.
Good stuff from Bulgaria. And this time around, it's not just Icy fragging out, it is, as you said, Bandita as well, who's charming in. We have more frags happening now. Montenegro, relatively centralized position. Both these teams wouldn't necessarily need to fight. They're both very well within phase 1. But they're deciding to do so anyways. It's a pretty good spot. Even possible to coexist, but once again, they're not trying to do so. They are trying to take these isolated fights. And that's one team that is also, once again, in the top 5 of teams at the moment. It is Belarus. Even though very closely, 48 points, you can see. Romania and Moldova right behind them, but that frag is going to increase that distance at least by 1 point.
It's a really good third party as well. You could see they can't go for the reses here, Montenegro. They can't really do anything about this because they have just another team on their doorstep right there. They were winning the fight versus Belgium, but they can't really appreciate that at all. Ukraine losing 1 to France is an interesting set of news for the leaderboard as well. And Ukraine quickly decides, we're getting the hell out of there. Tulika doesn't want to take a 1 versus X. He just wants to be with the team, group back up, heal back up, and potentially have a good game out of this compound.
Czech Republic trying to look towards Ukraine here. Plenty of teams have already found themselves a pretty good spot inside phase 2 here as well. Germany being one of them. They've secured northeastern side of things. And good for them. The zone luckily has shifted towards the northeastern side as well. So they will be quite fine just playing off of that edge. By the looks of it, no one's really trying to rotate towards that eastern side and kind of enter their zone either. So means Germany might have a pretty good entry now. And I want to touch on Serbia really quickly. Because we said they were in a similar situation, but then in terms of the phase at least, it's quite different. Wow, what? Oh, he loses that fight. I was so ready to call Montenegro getting a cheeky kill there, but it didn't happen. DBS in hand. That's what happens if you're not too focused on it. You might think you've won it already, but you really didn't. And Montenegro is going to be taken out relatively early. That's 10th place. There's also another team that can be caught up to.
That's a team you could pass on the leaderboard. That's a team out of a chance to make it closer to that top 5. A team in the top 5 is Portugal, and they're getting 4-man pull-upped by the Spanish roster. The nades are already out. Glunked is going to try to get one around the corner, but he does have to be a little careful. Utah's coming back as well, and the push is coming out. They're trying to clear the building. This nade could be absolutely massive. That's at least a 50 damage nade. He has to have the DBS in hand. Finds one around the corner. The one inside the building's already knocked. The team support is coming in, and Spain is just getting absolutely crushed on this approach. Doesn't matter if it's Glonk. Doesn't matter if it's someone else. There's just one player left standing, and that should be all but over in a matter of seconds here, Alex. And ooh, the lineup's not too bad, but the trades are there. And Poland holds strong. They've been good at this. They've been good at holding down their compounds, Alex. They've not been crazy at taking other compounds, but remember the breach in the second game yesterday? They've done a really good job at holding people out from their compounds.
Yeah, Ked right there doing massive amounts of work. Having the angles down just perfectly. Finding that play towards the right side. I think it was Vasquez, actually. We took down as the first player. Was, yeah, super important. Good stuff from Poland. These are the types of frags that Poland is able to continuously pick up relatively cleanly. Like, there's no real problem in picking these frags up so far. And that's just, unfortunately, really typical for Germany. Being caught out in the open and losing a player just like that. Even though there was no necessity for it to happen, like, at all. Yeah. It's going to slow down their advances towards the northeastern side. And to be honest, judging by their position, they really needed 4 players, depending on how the next zone shifts. But one thing's for certain. If you don't have 4 players fighting in towards the eastern side, it's going to be relatively tough.
You can't overstate how much it hurts to lose a player. It's just, like there's so much a player can do throughout the rest of the game, throughout the 5 phases that you still have coming at you. The amount of utility you can use, the amount of info you can gather, the amount of pressure you can put on other teams, the amount of everything a player can do. And the earlier you lose them, the more of that you lose, and the tougher that is. So it really stings for Germany to keep losing players like that. It's a similar story for a lot of the teams that you see on the right side of the leaderboard here. Especially losing 2 is absolutely crucial. But then if you lose 2 and you're sitting in a center spot, you're not super upset about it because at least you're sitting in a position to chill in. If you're sitting on the edge, you really need everything you can to try and push away other teams, to try and claim some space for yourself. And like you said, it just hampers you so much practically and mentally.
Does indeed. Belarus is trying to scout forwards towards the center of the circle. They've positioned themselves towards the eastern side, obviously. They've secured that big compound just north of Poland. Albania is on that edge as well. Germany should be north of them, but as I'm saying that, they're rotating into Romania. That's just not a team you want to meet. They have fragged out quite massively, and they will make quick work of Germany as well. Germany eliminated just like that. Losing Ghosty there too early, and then that breach seemed to be a little bit uncoordinated as well. I feel like they wanted just a tad bit too much. And potentially weren't even aware of Romania being in there. And yeah, to be honest, that's just it's a tough compound to breach as well. I mean, that building, it might have been a split. So if Germany knew that, it might have even been a pretty good idea to breach that. But with the sightlines from up top, they never really got towards the building. And if that doesn't happen, if you're just standing outside of it, the sightline's just too good to defend it.
Like, you just need to have a player on the hill above, and that compound is incredibly hard to breach, right? Like, you can provide so much support and so much info for the players inside. So the player inside is able to pick up 2, and then it was Lawrence from the top who picked up the 3rd. So no problem there for Romania at all. Solid hold and a really rough breach for the Germany squad. And they are once again going outside of the placement point. 17 teams left. We're about to go towards stage 4. And we still have more teams than you'd normally have. So this is just to give you an idea why so many teams are fighting early, why so many teams are struggling early. This map right now is still super stacked, even though we've already lost, a 4th of the lobby.
Yeah, really is. Next zone is going to close, and I feel like we're going to have a good idea on who's going to be favored to win this one. France has not had to move throughout the entirety of this game. They've just been standing strong in Paradise Resort.
Look at the 3 teams in the middle. Ukraine, France, Turkey.
Oh, wow.
The triangle of the center.
Good thing for anyone else is, though, Ukraine has lost a player and Turkey's lost 2. But does that really matter with the amount of frag-heavy players that they have still alive? I'm not so sure.
I'm saying, at some point, it becomes good when the top teams keep getting points. Because you're going to be competing for 4th and 5th. So you're happy if the top 3 is sponging up a lot of points. That means you need to get less to catch up, right? Moldova on the pull-up. Hungary on the short side of things. And that's the first point for the Codex roster, who are going to be trying to make their way towards a Paradise Resort. Or Palace, excuse me. Paradise Resort? Where did that come from?
And I'm still surprised that we have 16 teams alive at this point. Gotta be honest. Next breach comes on through. It is Turkey defending it, and 2 quick frags. They might even have a chance of winning this one. Poland just runs on in. I think Oxy's down to a 1-1 now. He's tied the last player. It's just 1 DBI shot that's needed, and he does it. How do they continue doing so much damage, even as a 2-man? Absolutely absurd. And once again, Turkey shows us why they are deemed so dangerous. Loxley with the DBS there, finding the last 2 frags. Massive, massive work coming out from the Turkish squad, as they will once again eliminate direct opposition. They will take the first spot with that fight as well.
That's some crazy work with the DBS there, and that's exactly what I've been saying, right? This is what you want to see if you're fighting for 4th and 5th. You love to see Turkey just 2v4 wiping out Poland. That makes things so much easier if you're Romania, if you're Moldova, if you're any of these teams trying to catch on up. And right now, that is Romania. Right now, Romania is picking up frag after frag after frag. Belarus is already down to just 1. Moldova has just been wiped off the Sanhok map, so they're the ones on the pull-up. They're the ones trying to close the gap. And on the other side of things, it's Bulgaria that's once again in the backpack of Icy.
Yeah, Icy, ooh, gets found though. Even though Georgia is in a heavy fire from all sorts of angles. And I think Icy has been eliminated now as well. I think Icy, he's not been eliminated, actually, never mind me, but I think it's going to be really tough to get him depending on how Georgia's going to play this. But the nades do hit, and I think Georgia's been eliminated, actually, just like that. Good nades now. I don't think we caught the end of that, but apparently the nades did everything they needed to do, and they will clean up that edge. Next potential entry is the compound towards Turkey. Now, sure, they have successfully won a 2v4 already, but fighting off another 3-man from Bulgaria as a lone wolf, I think that might even be a tiny bit too much for Turkey at this point. But yeah, depending on how Bulgaria goes on rotate, I think that fight is going to happen.
Watching the Albanian squad run up that hillside as well. They're looking for a close range fight. They're looking to engage on whatever they find in their way, and that might just be Turkey. Armenia on the complete other side of the circle. They've been sitting pretty for a few phases. Now they have to start making their move. They will have to move towards France. Lots of space still in front of them, though. This side of the circle has been relatively clear, so they should be able to make their way on in and figure out what they do from here. Serbia as well, we saw them there for a second. Still alive. There's still a potential for this to go exactly like you planned.
Good shots coming out from Tulika. It's trying to find some of these players that have to kind of cross the open distance to get towards the last building that's inside the safe zone. But the longer Czech Republic survives, the better it's going to be, because everyone else still needs to rotate in all around Ukraine as well. Ukraine is going to have their hands full with all these teams. You can tell Albania, for example, and then there's more players towards the eastern side as well, just down the street that will need to move in as well. So Ukraine has to be careful of not getting caught off guard from multiple enemies. But right now, their building looks mighty fine. Not really anyone able to close the distance just yet, and due to the fact that it's obviously third person, I think it's going to be really tough to kind of surprise them at this point. I feel like they've got a good idea on who's playing all around them.
They got a good idea, and I think they have a good split as well. They have one player holding the north, and then two players holding the east, and we saw that there for a second. Observers were able to show us they're getting a little bit of help from France as well. France has some really, really long-range angles towards Albania. That's going to make things even easier for that squad. Armenia has now been found by Serbia. That could be an opening knock that they want to engage on. That could be an opening knock that they want to push on, and you can see just Czech Republic, they're struggling so much. They had one building left out of the circle in this compound, but they have zero space to actually maneuver in and make plays. There's the push from Serbia, though, and that could be exactly what they need. A few good nades here, a good opening, Felix, and maybe they get rolling. Maybe
they do get rolling. I feel like it's a good play as well. I think it's a frag play as well. They actively want to engage this, and look who's doing the frags. I feel like it is Malas, actually. We've just been seeing is unfortunately been traded out by Looney, but more frags are coming on in. And so far, if I interpret that correctly, no flush against Serbia though, as they are now closing distance. Maksha gets the last one. No, it's not been a flush. That's a good cleanup against Armenia. It's what they needed, and no one's really there to the party. I think France has moved all the way towards the eastern side of the buildings already, so that means no sidelines on towards any of these reses. They will be back as a full foreman.
France is mighty busy with Romania at the same time, right? That's the reason they can't just switch out there and go for a third party really quick. They are holding the last bit of ground they have in Paradise to try and hold out Romania and to try and keep some positioning for themselves. So easy reses for Serbia, and a player lost for France means this fight versus Romania is not going to be easy for them. They both have a little bit of ground left in the circle. I'm not sure who's going to be playing into this phase more easily, but they're stuck with each other, and that gives Serbia quite a bit of time to actually make moves around them.
Yeah. More shots coming out from Albania there, who have been in a really tough spot for, I want to say, the last 2-3 phases. They need to continuously move from east to west. And they've crossed Poland and all these other teams, at least for a short and brief period of time as a result of that. But it worked out Perfectly up until this
Oh,
point.
no.
Now there's a nade. It's an own nade, actually. It knocks 2 players from Romania. And oh my
God.
goodness, Romania might have just lost themselves the round because now Robsy is coming in. He's going to clean up 1, 2, maybe even 3 frags. That is just clean gifts for France. And he's going to pick up the last one as well. What have we just witnessed? That is disastrous for Romania. They throw away this round. They would have been the only team besides Serbia as well to come out of this one as a full foreman, but they just cannot make it work. Lawrence with that 1 nade, unfortunately, ruining their chances.
Oh, that hurts so badly. Mistakes can happen, but rarely do they hurt this much. They had the opening knock towards France as well. They had everything they needed, and then they wanted to throw a bit of good util to buy them the space they needed, and it goes all sorts of wrong. Albania, no space at all. Serbia's completely rolling, by the way, 10 elims in the top 3. But they still have to make a bit of a move here towards the cover that Ukraine is playing. And oh boy, this could have been France all the way. It could have been Romania all the way, excuse me. But, ay.
That's a big mistake, unfortunately. Gotta say like that. I very rarely point out mistakes just like that. But I mean, we haven't really seen the full picture. Maybe there was some kind of reason why he needed to throw that nade, or why it had to be timed that way. Maybe he's been shot at in the same kind of second, so he couldn't really throw it. I mean, multiple things could have happened. But as a matter of fact, unfortunately, Romania is going to be out of this one as a result. Albania now being eliminated as well. That means Serbia, and I've talked about this at the beginning of this game. They said, and I talked to Melas, they said they want to win the first game to make the comeback happen. It's such an experienced roster. It's such a strong roster as well. And now there's just 3 angry Ukrainian players on the other side left to make it happen as well. Ukraine, they want to take the 1 spot in Europe. They want to overtake Turkey. They've done so again in this round, but there's going to be more needed. A quick trade, 1v1 actually, as Maxa goes down as well. It's a 2v2 trade, but I think 1 player of Ukraine has been taken down. That just means it's all boy against 2 players now from Serbia left standing.
Oh, he's looking for the 1v2. He's putting out good damage. He's dodging and weaving, but I'm not sure if he can do this. Serbia, they started off with a win just like they promised. What is that?
Unbelievable is that. I'm telling you, Kovo, that is unbelievable. We might have another contender, and I talked about this. That was the biggest upset yesterday. We even said it after the games. We looked at the global overall leaderboard, and we said, Serbia, what the hell are they doing all the way down there? That is not supposed to happen in a best-of-6 that we've seen yesterday. And they came out swinging just like that. I said they wanted to make it happen, and they did. My goodness, did they start this off strong.
Yeah.
Just the way they finished it.
They started right. They started with a good fight. Yeah, we talked about it, right? Close together, death balling up that hill, making sure they trade each other, making sure that even if there's somebody in a weird position, they won't lose a player for it. And they do that super, super cleanly. And then I think they bide their time a little bit. They play a position. They don't going crazy. But as soon as they see weakness around them, right? 1 knock towards Armenia, they fly in. France and Romania struggle against each other. They fly in, and they're taking all that space. They were getting knocks towards Bulgaria on the road. They were getting knocks towards Albania. They were pretty much just making space all around them. And then in the end, it's a 4v3. You gotta win that.
Yeah.
It's not easy versus Ukraine, one of the best teams in the lobby. But they just clean trades, right? I felt like nobody was taking a 1v1 on the Serbia side. They were really just using their power and numbers. And a well-deserved win, and that's them right back into the conversation.
That's them right back into the conversation in terms of making a comeback happen. Good stuff. I mean, we were saying these guys, they have the potential to do so. And just like that, second day, first game, Serbia comes back with a massive win as well. It wasn't a gifted win either. They had to fight their way through. They had a big distance between, obviously, boot camp and then the ending circle just towards the east of Paradise Resort as well. Now, if that ending would have happened towards the south, I would have given them good chances just based off of the fact, where they were phase 1. But just like that, I mean, east side of it, it's really tough to get in there and rotate, and you have to fight so many teams. And as you said, that fight against Armenia just showed you they want to get into this. They want to do it. And yeah, we got to give it up for Koa, who's had such a big impact in this round. 5 frags for him, and obviously survived until the very end. Good stuff from Serbia. It's going to bring them back.
Yeah, that brings them back right into the conversation. Big stuff as well. We saw it on the stats there. It was a team effort, right? It wasn't anyone popping off like crazy. They had 5, 4, 3, and 2 or something. So like rather balanced kills, and a crazy round to bring them back, and a crazy round to reset the mental as well. I feel like all the doubts they had yesterday, all the struggles they had yesterday, pretty much gone at this point. and they do go
Wow.
from I think a 17th yesterday.
Yeah, 17th of
Something like
16th?
that. 15th, 16th. They go right up to 8th, and one more decent game, one more good game. Doesn't even have to be a win, and they're 5th here, right? So, like, I mean, okay, probably has to be a win. The other teams are not sleeping, but they're right back into the conversation. And a team like Moldova, that we were saying they're one of the favorites today, has been instantly passed. So, just the potential on some of these teams is crazy, and the things they can do in one game is absolutely mental.
Nothing short of amazing, to be honest. Nothing short of amazing. I didn't deem it possible, but they did. Once again, I talked to them yesterday. They told me they want to make a win in the very first game happen. I gotta be honest. Sure, some players tend to just throw that out there. These are not the types of players to just throw that out there. I feel like they genuinely believed in it, and you could tell just from phase 1, immediately hitting that switch, going, we need to frag these guys, we need to get into groove of things, especially considering they saw the phase 1 circle, and they realized if we take them out early, if we surprise them, it gives us a rotation path into the next phase anyway.
Yeah.
So that's another reason to do it. So also strategically, a really well played maneuver, just looking at phase 1 exclusively. Good stuff coming out from Serbia. I'm going to be excited to see how they continue this run now the next 5 games. But we'll be heading into a very short break before we'll be right back for match number 2.
The Serbia comeback is real. 14 elims, I think that was, and a chicken dinner right back up the standings, Felix. Is that what they needed? Is that what's going to make them qualify today? You think, what do you think?
Oh, I think it's too early to tell, but also just judging by the names of the players in the lineup, I'd say yes. I feel like they should have been in contention either way. And the fact that it happened so late and in this kind of fashion gives me a little bit of worry, but at the same time, it doesn't really, because they have announced it. They said they want to win the first game. They want to make Sanhok count. And now that Sanhok is out of the way, the one round there, you know, to some degree, it's the hardest to predict your outcome. I feel like the chances are really, really good. But I think Moldova and Romania, not to be underestimated, these two teams can frag out, and they've been doing so consistently. So I still think, despite them getting really close, there's still a long road ahead of them. And they potentially might even need another win to really secure it. And the good thing is also, and you said it during the game, Turkey, Ukraine, and even France, continuously picking up points. There's just nothing that can break these guys. And if that happens, it leaves more room for the rest of them.
I mean, even France, we barely talked about them this game, right? All we saw was Romania double-nading themselves. But France picked up 10 elims and a 4th place out of this game. And that's a classic France, I feel like. They get a few elims early to get them the space they need. Then they get in a good position and they win another fight. Suddenly their game is fantastic. So they've really solidified themselves towards the top there. And it's like we said, like we alluded to, it might just become a battle for 4th and 5th. And I think that's what we're going to see today. And like we said, there's a chance you get in there if you're Serbia. I think Serbia now just barely beating Azerbaijan. Both these teams have one big game and then not a whole lot rest in the others. They got to string together rounds. And if they can do that, especially now on the maps where you have a little bit more space, it's a little bit more structured. If they're able to fix their stuff there, then their cards are looking pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Once again, I think it's too early to tell, but to give you a final answer, I think they're going to do it. Actually, I kind of feel like Serbia is going to do it. I think that's the confidence that they need, and the confidence is going to propel them into the next couple of games. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading into the second game of today. It's going to be the 8th game in total, as we have 4 more chances afterwards to potentially pick up some points and potentially qualify for all these countries towards Riyadh later this year, because that's where everyone wants to go. Be reminded, we haven't really talked about this today, the top 5 on the overall standings after today. The top 5 will be going to Riyadh later this year. These guys have qualified. These countries will be representing their nations against all the other different regions. We already have the first 3 teams coming out of the Asia and Oceania region. For the rest of them, we'll be taking a closer look throughout the next weeks. But let's get back to Europe. Let's get back to the second game of the day. It is going to be Erangel. Yesterday, there has been hot drops towards Rozhok, and I kind of want to see it happen again, because now that both of these teams, I'm talking Ukraine and Turkey, are qualified almost safely already. I feel like there's not as much risk involved anymore as there was yesterday in the 4th game.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. That's the interesting part, is there is basically no risk involved, but there's also very little payoff, because both of them are going to be going to the LAN, and I don't think you really want a hot drop on LAN. So maybe you want to win the hot drop now to signal that you're not going to leave and that you're not going to be beaten out of it.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a weird topic, I think, in PUBG, because you can win the hot drop just by being more stubborn. Yes, you can win this 3 times today. That doesn't mean that the other team's going to leave. The other team can just decide, well, we're staying anyways. We want Rozhok, and we can ruin your tournament if you want to keep contesting us. So it becomes a bit of an ego question almost, and it becomes a thing where you can win a hot drop by being stubborn. So we'll have to wait and see, but I see on the map that it's looking like a bit of a contest, at least. They're very close in proximity. I think they might be fighting for that garden compound, and they're definitely not giving it up.
No, and once again, I kind of agree with the hot drop as opposed to your opinion, because I think, as you said, it's about making your standpoint clear now and doing that in a situation like this where, you know, the results don't matter as much anymore. I feel like it's a better option than doing it on LAN. Because I don't think they're going to do the same thing on LAN. I think they're going to try and take these next 2 games now to figure out, hey, who's going to take this hot drop now? And we've seen it go both ways, kind of, to some degree, right? I think once it actually went the way of Turkey, and then the other times it went the way of Ukraine to some degree. I think there was an early frag happening So gonna have to wait and see. But I feel like I like it, and I feel like we're not going to see the same thing on land. I think this is the final fight now during the next two games. Montenegro though against Belgium, it's another fight that definitely isn't happening on land because both these teams do not seem to be anywhere close to qualifying as of right now, but that might very well change. I think Montenegro and Belgium, two underdog stories that we haven't really touched on as much, both performing relatively decently. They just haven't had that one big round that they need to potentially catch up.
Exactly. They need the Serbia experience. They need the Azerbaijan experience where they pop off completely for one round, but not looking likely when you lose the first player so early. We saw a good trade there come out, a good knock coming out of Belgium, but doesn't matter if your player is the one that gets flushed and you don't get anything to show for it. A bit of a rough hot drop, and not something that either of these teams are going to be mighty happy about when you look at the inventory as well, right? Not a whole lot of gear, not a whole lot of meds. There's Ukraine versus Turkey. The garden compound is what they picked. And also, not looking all too awesome for Ukraine right now, but they might just be dodging. They might just be leaving this fully. Yes, they are. And hopefully not going to lose anyone in transition. That's a good bunch of damage into the car from Wild. We've seen that man do crazy things with a mini, but right now, all he has is an AR, and Ukraine does actually get away from this. This is what I said yesterday as well. We've seen that in the very first game of yesterday. Turkey versus Ukraine, and Ukraine goes, well, we're not in a good position for this fight, actually. We just dodge. And that's sometimes you have to make a call like that that doesn't feel very confident, doesn't feel like you're really getting the most out of the situation. But sometimes that's a necessary call to make.
Yeah. It's the right call as well, to be honest. I mean, if you think about what would be the best outcome, I feel like that would really give you the best outcome if you would play this round over and over and over again. Talking about best outcomes, unfortunately, Luxembourg hasn't really had a best outcome yet. They're still sitting all the way down there on 0 points. I'm hoping they're going to regroup, show us at least a tiny bit of why they have obviously gotten to this point. I love the country. Love the people over there in Luxembourg, very close to us, obviously, in the middle of Europe. And unfortunately, once again, 0 points haven't shown us what maybe we expected from them as well. Yes, less experienced teams, but 0 points, that's definitely below what they expected as well going into this. Croatia, one more team pulling up to this fight. It's potentially a three-way fight now with Montenegro closing the distance sometime soon. And Belgium is going to be immediately shut down. That's Jump already down and out. I think the flash is going to come any second now. There it is, and that means Belgium just with the single player left alive.
Gets inside the shack. Stays alive for now, but not for long. Croatia with a bit of a camp, bit of a push into this hot drop. They saw the hot drop happening, and they are the ones benefiting from it. I was getting a little concerned because we've seen a Serbia player knocked in the kill feed, but not confirmed just yet. So that's a fight that's still about to happen. And now Croatia even turned their attention towards Montenegro, just taking frags on both sides. They want to take the crash here. They want to make this happen. They want to make this happen fast as well. And oh boy, Male is going in like a crazy man. Does he not know they're in the shack? Our team is not giving him the information. Doesn't feel like it, but now surely Blue from the top should find a bit of an angle. It's a 1-1 trade, but that's not as clean as they wanted this to be. They wanted this to be a sneak up and a quick execution. Now they're getting players knocked, and they're starting to struggle a little bit themselves, yeah.
Yeah, Croatia, 27 points, 12th place in the leaderboard. They still need that big round. And now, look at this. Sanhok is getting caught off guard as well. Tries to run across the street. Maybe his teammate can kind of back him up, but sidelines seem to be quite difficult. It's not really a fight that's worth it at this point for any of these teams. And to make matters worse, these teams kind of fight for qualification as well. So they're just taking points off of each other. It's going to make it harder for everyone. But yeah, this three-way fight, not really having a clear win at the moment. And look at this, Blue, but now the last one alive for Croatia here. Outside, obviously, of Siki, but he's actually going for the revive. Okay, never mind me, Blue. Okay, so he's going to get the revive. He's somehow found a bike because the rest of the players are still too busy shooting at each other.
Not what they wanted. Not a disaster just yet, but definitely not what they wanted. Ukraine, on the other hand, they've breached. They've flown into the apartments, and so far that's going pretty okay for them. They've picked up the openings. First player now, actually, Avika. And a bit of bother, but... Oh, Tulika, he wants to run through the flames to get that res. Takes a whole bunch of damage in the process. but they do get the clear. So Ukraine stay clean in this, even though it looks a little messy, and pick up 4 elims there. Quick breach after the disengage to Turkey, and a quick 4 points.
Yeah, I don't think he realized he was outside. I didn't either. I thought he was inside there as well, but he was just around the corner. And Havlik ran inside, tried to save his teammate, and he must have screamed, "Well, what are you doing? I'm outside. Just get me, please." And it worked out in the end. Either way, Molotov didn't touch him just enough. So Ukraine, yeah, back on top, 4 points. They're increasing the distance now. 11 points as Montenegro is now trying to close out Croatia. And that is a massive, massive nade. Perfectly code coming out from Rogo, who shuts down both of the Croatian players right outside the city walls. And that means just one player left alive. And he's been in that same position throughout the entirety of the fight. So he's going to be somewhat expected there as well.
Look at the Belgian player in the shack, though. He's not expected at all. He's gone unnoticed to the whole Montenegro squad. Now he peeks out, finds the first, looking for a second.
Oh!
He can't make it happen. The PP Bison comes through, and it's an absolute disaster for 2 teams there in that Lipovka area. Croatia thought they were picking up some freebies. Montenegro, they are now down to 2. Belgium is completely eliminated. Hasn't really gone according to plan. Hasn't gone according to plan for Germany either in this tournament. But now, Jiao gets a good bunch of shots out. Just needs to connect 2 more bullets here. Maybe 3 more is what he needs for the knock. He's not going to get it. And the Czech Republic is going to get away with just a scare here.
Good stuff. Next zone shift is going to be towards the northern side. It's going to give France plenty of options. All the teams coming out of Razok have already rotated out. Ukraine and Turkey. Both with 4 players alive, so that initial hot job that we expected to see did not happen, did not come through, but they have found different opponents. Either way, Ukraine there with a quick wipe that we've seen. Poland is going to be eliminated now. That's going to make things interesting.
Yeah.
54 points, just 1 point needed for Belarus now to overtake them.
4 frags for Armenia, and that's one of our top spots. Showing quite a lot of weakness in the first 2 matches here. Remember Poland getting 2v4'd by Turkey. Essentially 1v3 there at the end, I think, by a solo Turkish player in the Sanhok. Not a good showing for them today, and that's pretty much what these teams were hoping for. Everybody that's on the catch-up. A Belarus, a Bulgaria, a Serbia. That's all they could hope for. Moldova in the same sort of spot now. Taking a few frags towards Belarus. Is one of their closest competitors. Gonna be nice to see. That's the first confirm, I believe, and if they can get their second knock on gun pain down as well, they can find Potenchik, and they're looking really good for this game here, Felix.
Looking really, really good. It would be amazing if Romania now and Moldova both had a pretty good game that would close the distance between all these top teams even further. You can see Moldova on 42 points. They have kinda, yeah, I want to say that they're kind of hitting like a, I wouldn't call it a weak performance just yet, but they've definitely not been as exciting to watch as the first 4 games that we've seen in this qualifier.
Yeah,
they've somewhat slowed down. I want to say drastically, actually, because I feel like the biggest round that we've seen in the last 4 games was maybe like a 4-5 point game, and that's just not enough for them. They're such a talented roster, such a experienced roster as well. Some of these guys have been playing the European scene for what feels like forever. Some of them have actually been teammates with Old Boy as well, just recently, just last year. To give you an idea on how experienced these guys are. But when I see them back on top, when I see Moldova, actually we saw, I think, the Moldovan Esports Federation in the chat as well. So shout out to all the Moldovan fans out there. We have seen you. Just in general, it's been an amazing chat. So keep on supporting your nation.
Spam those flags.
Deciding just yet.
Yes, spam those flags in chat. We want to see who you're supporting. Moldova picking up a few frags. Romania, on the other hand, have lost a member early. Nothing to show for it. They'll have to find their way on into this circle. Turkey as well. Just making that approach back to Rozok now with this circle shift coming on in. And it's Moldova on the other side. They go for a quick breach, south side of the road. Early control. Don't mind that at all. If they find ways to play back out of there, if they find ways to take control from there, I love to see it. But look at that. Ukraine is getting knocked back towards the Turkish squad from the apartments all the way across. They knock down Silas, and they make this a little more tricky than Turkey would have thought.
Really good reaction coming out from Turkey. They immediately want to rescue him. 4, maybe 5 smokes being put onto the street almost immediately after that knock happened, and everyone else was just being, shot at from the distance. Although I couldn't really get that flash just yet, and I think Turkey, they're going to try their best to bring him back. It is only phase 3. In a city ending like this, in a city fight like this, I'm sure it's a enter, but in a city fight like this, needing to fight yourself out of it, that 4th player is going to be so massively important. You can tell they already drove down smoke wall, picked him back up, going to drive him back to the compound, and will be able to revive him. So Turkey will stay as 4th. That's a massive, massive pickup, and really good team play coming out from the Turkish squad.
Yeah, the reaction speed there is just something that everyone else can take note of. Is the first reaction is not to look around, is not to play your own life, it's to get a smoke out for your teammate. And they all do that, and they get a whole bunch of smokes out and to give their teammates a chance to stay alive on this. Citro is knocked, Unknown has to be careful here, as Montenegro still have 1 player left in this game to try and make an impact. Oh, that nade could have been big, but he doesn't get it through the second window especially. He's going to try and line up another one. He knows exactly where they are. He cooks this to perfection. It is a confirm. It is 1 more defeat. But now he's stuck outside. Turos from range cleans that up. Montenegro goes down. And at least for a while, Hungary stays in this.
3 players, though. They are weakened as well. As I am surprised, and I gotta say that again, I'm kind of surprised that so many teams already committing to Rozhok that early on. It's phase 3. It's not that strong of a position. I feel like it's not even centralized as much as I would have expected it to be when 3 teams are committing to it that early, because rotating out of it, that's the big part, and that's I'm so confused. That can be really tough at times. As you have the next fight coming up, Germany is really trying to make things happen here against Armenia. They're trying to isolate these players. Armenia has found themselves a bit of confidence in this round already, though. So Germany needs to be careful. If they win this, though, that entire edge is clear. And I think Germany knows that. So I really like what Germany is doing right now. This would be a massive and really strong fight for them to take. Obviously, if they clean this, they would have them from beat Northern side, would have control over all of it. So that would give them so much playing room. But you can tell Armenia is not trying to take this just yet. They're trying to take the positions that Germany would like to play in the next couple of phases.
Lots of space for Germany if they figure it out, if they get all that scouted and realize they can play from there. As we see the Rozhok fight heating up a little bit. Romania getting mighty close to the Turkish squad here. But I'm not quite sure if this is going to be a real fight or if they're just going to be happy neighbors. Because right now they're both in the circle, and with that shift, they're both happily in the circle as well. So they might just look to reset this and just chill out a bit. As Icy does what Icy does best. Just pick himself up a few frags for the Bulgarian squad to keep them in the running.
Romania lost a player, lost Dorin, who's been part of, if I remember correctly, the 4 Romanian boys as well for the longest period of time. He might even still be. I'm not too sure about Dorin at the moment, but yeah, he was, I've said it a million times, but he was such a key fragger of that lineup. He's been fragging out in PPL back then, and obviously PMSL as well. They do think he played in a Europe 1-2, but either way, they're going to be with their backs against the walls here in Rozhok. If it does shift out, they're going to be in massive trouble. No real rotation path outwards, and they'll have to just continuously fight everyone that's going to be inside the city by that point, and that's going to be Turkey for one, and also obviously Moldova on the other side.
13 teams left. Gonna be interesting to see what happens when Phase 5 comes in, especially if Phase 5 does go away from this Rozhok area. Like you said, it is quite stacked at this point. And Moldova has a pretty good idea that Bulgaria has pulled up to the side of the hill. Good rotate from Germany. Good bit of space grab for themselves. But like you said, this is stacked. This is gonna get tricky. And they'll have to find a way through. And they've not been the best at finding their way into circles. They've been really decent at fights. They've not been the best at making it into tough circles. So we'll have to just bait our breath and see what they can do with this.
Yeah, agreed. It's not been as easy as some of these other games in the last day. They've been struggling to find an entry time and time again. And this time around, it's been even tougher to talking about Spain here as well. In that regard, Spain has positioned themselves in school. It's a pretty good position to be in this kind of phase. I feel like it's a very tough phase for plenty of these teams to predict, because honestly, it could still shift anywhere. I feel like, I mean, a clear ending in this one is almost impossible to predict. I wouldn't know where this one's going to end. But historically, yes, of course, it has more so shifted towards the northern side. Maybe even ended north of the compound by France. I feel like that's the most probable ending. But then again, between Rozhok and the compound and the very center of it, that's where we've seen endings as well. I think south of it is probably the most unlikely region for it to end. So I guess it's going to be kind of a three-way, four-way fight here between all these teams making it off Rozhok to potentially have a good spot now to secure this dinner.
Like in this position from Armenia, not a bad spot to find yourself in. Holding down the bridges, playing under them, using them as cover can be quite successful, especially even if you have to move off. You can often play the coastline towards Rozhok, but they would have to deal with the team on their north. They would have to take these players out to be able to move through the open. Have to wait and see if they pull that off cleanly. They know well that they're there. That's a good bunch of damage. That's a good knock. Not sure if they're going to be able to flush that or if the rock's tall enough. Might just keep them safe for one res, but that circle's moving, and that circle's going to eliminate the Hungarian players, and then from there on out, I think their days are very, very numbered.
Yeah.
I think it's not days, it's seconds at that point.
I really like the initiative, though, from Hungarian. I'm surprised to see them in 20th place. Every time I look at the overall leaderboards, I'm like, how is Hungary that far down? Because and whenever we see them, I feel like there is initiative. There's creativity in their game and play, and they just cannot seem to win the fights. I feel like that's the biggest problem. They just individually are, unfortunately, just not superior on whoever they meet, really. Because, I mean, just judging by their kill points, they really haven't picked up any in any of these rounds, really. So if that would change, the chances definitely would be better for them to have a chance of qualification. But this round, it looks all the more unlikely. Quick trades coming in. Belarus actually getting eliminated here, despite finding a couple of players. Look at this. They end the round with 6 frags. That right now puts them into qualification again. But looking at it, so many teams right behind them. 56 points on 4th and 5th place. That is not much. Moldova and Azerbaijan still in very good positions. There's always Bulgaria. A good round from any of them could take out Belarus and Romania in 4th and 5th place.
Big strike towards Ukraine as well. They were 4 versus 1 in that shack, and he doesn't only knock 3, he also gets 2 of the flushes. So crazy performance from him there, and a big step in the way of Ukraine that they have to overcome. Now, they have consolidated, and they've put 2 players back on their feet, but everybody around them should have a good idea. Okay, the team in the shack is severely weakened, and that might be our play out of school maybe at some point. But then again, you look at a team like Bulgaria here, they've been mighty busy. They might not have even realized what was going on at that center shack. And I'm looking at the minimap as well, and I see that Moldova, they're holding their hillside right now. They would love to peek over into this. They just can't at the moment. But if they get a chance, they'll be peeking over into this fight, and they make life so much worse for both of these teams.
Yeah, agreed. I'm surprised to not see Bulgaria play against Spain just head on, because they must know at this point Spain is kind of the only team towards the southern side, and if Spain is still in there, they can never rotate out of this edge. I mean, Spain is just going to shoot them to rotate out, so I feel like they're just waiting for Spain to be pushed out of by the blue zone. But at that point, if any of them get snarked, it's probably going to be really tough to get them back up. So I feel like taking initiative early on would be beneficial for them. Next fight is going to happen. Romania is going to run into Germany, rather the other way around, actually, as Germany was going to have to push them. It's a couple of nades being tried back and forth, but I think it's 2 plays down from Germany, just like that. Romania defending that building beautifully so far. That nade is not even going to hit them either, and they just cannot seem to find any kind of opening. Ghosty goes down as well. That's Germany, just down to a single player who's still all the way back into Rozhok, who hasn't even joined this fight, unfortunately, for Germany. So it was a 3-on-3 to begin with. And yeah, it was his still in that single building, and because of that, I think the chances of Germany still having a big round of this one, almost impossible.
Almost impossible. As they are looking now to maybe close out the Czech Republic solo, maybe get into the top 8, maybe get themselves one more elim here. That's all they want, and that's a nice little nade to do the job, I think. Moldova on the other side have made the push towards Turkey, but they're getting absolutely peppered by multiple teams right now, so they have to slow this down, and they had to get the res. The same is true for France. They've been able to fend off the north, but have had to get players back on their feet. Another, I want to say, quiet game for France, because we haven't seen them, Felix. But they're on 11 elims already, right? They have absolutely cleared out their northeastern side completely, and they're just looking to put another big step ahead of them on the scoreboard. Now, don't count out Hisko. He's going for it. Hisk is just trying to do this all, and I think Moldova has no idea.
Yeah, Hisk is in a really good spot now to potentially third party some more of these players. Oh, that one gets stolen. Unfortunately, V8 is down and out, but not by the hands of Hisk. And he's going to try and get a cheeky rotation path in. Maybe even in between the buildings could be perfect. I think Moldova is not watching, and so isn't Romania, as we have now reached the top 7. And Germany, man, I can only think. Imagine they wipe Romania here once again. This is the type of fights that unfortunately Germany just continues to lose. The most important fights, right when it gets into late game, that's when they lose the players. Imagine just having all 4 players here. I feel like the chance against Romania stacked in this building, grouped up all by themselves, would have been better as a foreman, but unfortunately just yeah, couldn't be done, I guess, with how far back Hisk really was. So yeah, monumental task ahead of him. He's going to have to stay alive in between Turkey, that we're seeing right now, cleaning up these edges, and the rest of the Romanian squad.
There might be some sort of timing he can find when that fight erupts, right? When the two big teams start squaring off against each other, 3 on Turkey, 3 on Romania. There is a chance, but it's a slim one. It's a tough one. I think he's well known, and yeah, you could see them from the building there. You could see them looking out for him and looking for him, especially because he was trying to get a flush, right? He was nading players in the city. They were well aware that he was there, and they do close that out. It's double points as well for that kill. It's the 7th elim, and it's another placement point for Romania, and they are looking to grab every single bite of the points they can get. If they know now, if they see France fighting in the kill feed, if they maybe know that France has moved out, they could make a massive play around the north here, but I think that's completely unrealistic. They are going to fight Turkey 90% of the time here, because that's what they see in front of them, and that's the play they know about.
Yeah. I think that's what they need to do as well. They need to do it sooner than later, because as soon as the zone really starts closing in, it's going to be way more difficult. And look at this, France. France has the compound. That's the crazy part. France has the compound, and they've had this for quite some time, but they still push out of it. There's a single player in the compound. I think he must be on top of the roof. I think that's why he's still holding this. It's a really strong position.
Yeah.
But despite them not needing to move, they're still moving out of this one. This is Turkey level of play in that one round that we saw on Erangel last day. But this time around, it's not Turkey, it's France indeed. And that's the big kind of surprise factor in this one. 15 eliminations now. France is picking apart this lobby, one team by another. And they are very close to reaching Ukraine as a result of that. Then just not doing any mistakes on these close-up fights.
I think they're going to pass them this game if they keep playing like that, right? Like, this is just phenomenal from them. Even clearing out Ukraine when they didn't have to. But now, it's Romania versus Turkey. It's the two big dogs of Rozhok that are squaring off against each other. Lawrence comes around the corner, finds one with the UMP, gets traded, and it's a close win for Turkey, but only 2 left standing. France is going to choke them out of this circle. They're not going to let them step in. Look at this, instantly taken out. No chance to get out of the building. France has firm control of this game. And the only thing that's still standing in their way in a few seconds here is going to be Icy. I think Silas has absolutely no chance. He's spotted, he's naded, he's 1 HP. The blue against his back. This should be all but over, and this is a France performance.
My goodness, 17 frags at the moment for France as we head on over to the very last 2 teams left alive. And it is Silas going down as well. No chance for him. He's going to pick up that 3rd place. And France is now looking for the 19th frag. Icy has the opportunity to potentially deny this one, but I don't think he even needs to. Realistically, I think the best case scenario for him would be picking up this frag. It's not going to happen, though. France takes it home. It is one of the biggest wins we have for the IESF World Esports Championship qualifier here in the Europe region. The 2nd biggest at that, despite it being 19 frags. And what a performance. We said that France needed that 1 win, and they've been the most consistent team despite not grabbing any wins, and Ukraine and Turkey just overshadowing them. Now this one single round turns everything around, because they will take the 1 spot. Not only that, they will take the 1 spot in a fashion that others except Turkey just have not done.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's a crazy win from France, and I think that started off as a really messy game, and I think it continued to be a messy game, especially in Rozhok. But France stayed completely clear of that. They kept all their edges clear. They flexed out of their compound when they wanted to, and when they felt like they could do. And you can see that there, picking up kills on Ukraine that they didn't need to get, but they just figured out we can. Yes, we can just go out and knee the guys at the shack. So a beautiful display of aggression, and that's very similar to what we said about the Turkey game, right? The crazy 24 kill game. France played very similar this one, where they weren't just sitting on what they had. They were really realizing every single opportunity they could, and they stayed clean throughout all of it, Felix.
Yeah, I gotta say, I still prefer the Turkey one. I feel like there was a little bit less zone involved, and a little bit more initiative taken and rotating out of the zone and all sorts of stuff. But this comes very close to it. So yeah, you can see Rob's 9 frags. Victor being the only one that is kind of being overshadowed by the performance of his teammates. But I think he must have been the player in the back lines, kind of anchoring that compound, because otherwise I don't see why it was that far down on damage there. But still 300 damage on him. Good stuff. Robsy here. Not elimination is taking home the MVP, and it shouldn't be any other way. This guy had one head of a performance. Massive stuff coming up from him, and yeah, deservingly takes home the most valuable player award here in match number 10.
9 elims is completely wild, right? That's records once again. I don't think we've seen double-digit elims on a player yet. We've seen 9 a few times, but he just completely frags the hell out. And yeah, crazy stuff from him. Crazy stuff from the France squad. We once again have a lot of the favorites, right? We have Ukraine, Turkey playing really good games. This time it was Romania that got close to the performances of these top teams, but not close to what France has been able to pull off here, and not even beating Turkey there at the end, right? Turkey just a little bit too strong, holding down that compound and keeping Romania at an arm's length in that game and on the leaderboard.
Good stuff. 107 points. Who would have thought we would have a switch up like this? I didn't think France was gonna come back like that. I mean, I knew they were going to be consistently fragging, and I said at the beginning of the broadcast as well, the only thing that's really necessary for them to solidify their position in the top 5 is taking that one win. Not even necessarily in terms of qualification, because I think they were in a pretty good spot even before that, but in terms of solidifying chances as well to do something big at the IESF World Esports Championship. Because ultimately, that's what even France at that point was already aiming for, and had secured, not necessarily secured yet, but at least was really close to it and realistically secured. So 107 points is definitely going to solidify that chance of doing something big. Even when we head on over to land, 107 points, I don't think it's going to be reached either. I think that's almost double points of what we have as the current cutoff. You can see Belarus being down 56 in 6th place. Massive stuff.
Crazy stuff. 107 points. That is over 13 points a game. That is a win with 3 elims every single game. That's completely mental. But Ukraine, Turkey as well in that same pack of teams that are just better than the rest of the lobby right now. And then it keeps staying close, right? Bulgaria on 62, Belarus 56, and then 54 on Poland. The only one that's fallen off a bit here is Moldova. They haven't been able to close that gap. They've been falling behind a little bit. And we have to talk about Poland as well, Felix. They've not been here today. They've been here yesterday. They've not showed up today. They have had a really poor start to the day with, I think, a 4-point and then a 0-point game back-to-back.
Crazy. I mean, nothing short of amazing. The performances some of these top teams are putting out, as we had on obviously the second part of the leaderboards. The same cannot be said, unfortunately, about some of these teams here, right? Some teams just struggling to take on placement points. Germany being one of them. That was the 2nd placement point in 8 games. The 2nd one. Just goes to show you, these guys have unfortunately always fallen short when it came to that one deciding fight. And I cannot seem to fix it, apparently. I mean, even they tried to fix it in this one. That original fight against Armenia, for example, was a good chance at actually eliminating that one team that was kind of in between them and having good entry towards the northern side. But as soon as that didn't happen, it once again, unfortunately, fell apart against Romania. They're 3-on-3, being cleanly wiped. That just cannot happen in a situation like this, where you need to pick up these rounds. And the same can honestly be said about plenty of these teams down there. Croatia as well, Serbia, and so on and so forth. But the chances are still there, in theory. 4 more games are to be played, and I think it's going to happen very shortly.
The Croatia dream is, and the Serbia dream especially, right? I was dreaming it after the first round, but they fall short here. They have 4 more chances though, and we're gonna show you 4 more games of PUBG Mobile in a bit. So short break, and then we're coming back with another Erangel for you.
That was the 8th match that we have just witnessed. It is just 3 more maps to go until we do have the 5 countries that will be going to Riyadh later this year for the IESF World Esports Championships. Kobo, I think we thought we saw it all after Turkey took home that record-breaking win with 24 eliminations. This time around, it's been a little bit different. It's been a little bit less than that as well, but it's almost equally impressive. France taking over 19 frags. Walk me through this. How has it... Actually, first question, how has it only happened now? Because I feel like we've seen France play that consistently for our... I want to say the last 8th match, actually, in its entirety of this tournament. So I'm surprised it took that long.
They literally had one bad game. They had one bad game in all 8 of them. So they were, for me, always the most consistent team in this tournament. They have not been as up and down as a Ukraine is or as a Turkey is. And I think it's about time they took their win. I think there's a little bit of variance just based on circles and everything, who's going to win games. But it's not surprising me at all that it's finally time. And it's not surprising me at all that it's in this fashion as well. Because they're killers. They're going out there to hunt, and they're not sitting around in a compound waiting for the win to come to them, you know?
Yeah. No, they really haven't done that. I think from day 1, match 1 even onwards, I think we've seen these guys. They like to clean the edges, they like to try to take control of games, and they do very minimal mistakes. Everyone seems to be a very unselfish player. Everyone seems to be doing exactly what the team needs them to do. And I think that's also what kind of surprised me the most about France. And then again, we've seen their fragging strength in the scrims that we had during the previous weeks. But if they come out swinging like this, because honestly, scrims can be overestimated to some degree, but they come out swinging like this and have a consistent fragging ability throughout all 8 matches, that is indeed surprising to me. As you said, only a single bad game, essentially. These types of enemies do not really support... I mean, there's literally world champions in here. And they're still able to hold up that consistency. That to me is crazy. Yes, it's a strong lineup, but I wouldn't have expected that amount of consistency actually coming out of France.
Go look at the games as well, and look how many times they get frags without losing a single member. Nobody else is doing that as cleanly as they are. So they're really, really good at that. But I think we gotta keep the France fanboying on a bit of a side note here for a second, because never. Because what we haven't talked about at all is Bulgaria getting themselves an 11 kill second place in that game. Coming out of that school area, they had to fight Spain, remember? They were pulling up next to Rozhok. They haven't had any circle lock in this game, and they're getting themselves a whole bunch of points, pushing themselves into 5th right now. So, big game for them, and a big statement to be made on the leaderboard as well.
I think it's one of the first times, actually, now that we've seen Poland and maybe even Romania not be as close anymore as they used to be. Romania had, I think, a fairly good game as well, but especially Moldova has been really lackluster throughout the last couple of games, and I think they are losing that connection as well. So unfortunately, Serbia as well. I feel like that was Serbia's chance now to finally completely catch up. That hasn't happened, so we do need another big game coming out from Serbia at this point. A double-digit game at the very least to catch up to the rest of the teams in the top 5. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Match number 9 has just started. And we do have a fairly fair playing path to start things off. Maybe we might see another Germany contest towards the military base.
Gonna have to see what players decide to do here. Lipovka was mighty messy in the last play-in. Not sure if we're going to see 3 teams there again. 2 teams already going towards the Novo and the military side of things. Romania, nice and early. Pretty much alone on that Milta Power side of things. Serbia as well. Good bunch of space on the farm side. Not sure if that's going to be a struggle, though. Not sure if that's the second team they're getting in the mix with. As we've seen plenty of times. Erangel, yes, it's a little bit bigger, but it's not been free of the contest. And there's Ukraine and Turkey close to each other, but I think Ukraine is stretching a little further here, Felix.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to sort of a hot job. You can tell Ukraine has already passed Rozhok. And Germany's not going for military base either. It's not even... Who did they fight the last time? I don't think it was Czech Republic, was it?
They've had hot drops on plenty of occasions. I think it was versus Hungary, I think, in military
base.
Yeah, it was... There was a green flag in there. There's a lot of green flags in this lobby, so I might be confused, but...
They're not doing it this time around. That's interesting. They are deciding to go South Georgia. They have done this as well, but on this playing path. So good on Germany. They're dodging this hot job. But we do have one either way, and that is Wow, that is actually Montenegro and Azerbaijan. There must be Milta, actually. It's really tough to spot on the map, but it must be Milta.
Yeah.
As they are finding the first frag. Montenegro has already lost 2 plays, but so has Azerbaijan. I think one of them is in flushable territory. You can see stuck right between 2 Montenegro players. Kind of the worst case scenario. And I think that early in the fight, Azerbaijan might have very limited medic in their inventory to potentially heal up the players that are still alive, but it looks like they are just fine. 3 players left standing. Everyone on the other side of the street.
Might be able to get that confirmed at least. By the way, Germany was hot dropping versus Azerbaijan. Just see that flag in front of me makes me realize they were popping a player out of their parachute with a pistol, and that was towards Azerbaijan. Now we've seen Germany in the kill feed again here. Actually, on the left side of it, taking a player out of Belgium in the George Pool area. So this hot drop seems to be going well for them. That's another knock towards Montenegro, though. That means just 1 player left standing, and that is looking good for Azerbaijan. I'm a little surprised we never saw this knock flushed out. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't flush out an Azerbaijan player. But good news for Paulie and the rest of the squad. They're probably going to keep playing this game as 4.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too many more surprises in here. But, I mean, we've seen it happen time and time again. You underestimate that last single solo player, you cross the street prematurely, and he's down and out. I'm still surprised Azerbaijan was able to get that play back up. That's something I also wouldn't have expected Montenegro to let that happen, because 34 points right now, any point now is so incredibly important. Any point you do now, yes, this round is not going to be the big round that you need, but it's going to be 1 point less they potentially need to catch up on. If you do have another win in the next couple of games, it's not completely unrealistic. We've seen it happen time and time again. One of these lesser experienced liners, one of these teams that just haven't really performed up until this point, coming back in some of these last matches and still keeping the dream alive. That has happened, once again, plenty of times before. And Montenegro will be in a perfect spot to do so. So that 1 point could be the difference maker in the end. And that's what I said. Running across the street, maybe prematurely going to result in a knock. He's not got a nade, unfortunately, to flush him out. He's not even got a medic. He's not even got a first aid, actually, in his hand. Not even a medic pack either. So has to be careful of these peaks, and that's what he's doing. But yeah, it doesn't look like he this one anymore. The player has now crawled out of it. They know where he is. He might even get another knock, but I think that should seal the deal. And I'm surprised Azerbaijan is giving him that much space.
They gave him a chance there. They gave him a bit of a chance there, and they have now realized, oh, this guy can get knocks. We should be a little careful with what we do. Keystone across the road. He's 1 HP. He's 1 bullet away from getting knocked there by that Uzi, but the players are now close by. The DBS is going to be coming out, and the S12K on the other side. They just got to trade this. They just got to death ball it, stay close to each other. Oh, that's a nice jump shot around the corner. That is movement from Clutch. Okay, styling on him as well. Not just cleaning it up, just styling on him at the same time. You love to see that.
That's some good movement. That is some really good movement. As we have Germany rotating into Belgium, it's a 2v4, I think, or a 2v3. Might be a really good option now for Germany to get a couple of isolated frags. That's what they need to do, build up that confidence. But they've let this player now walk away. From that point onward, it might be big trouble for them. And you can tell Germany has already found a player off of Belgium. First player has gone down. I think there was Jump that unfortunately lost his life in this one. And the problem is, more so with these types of buildings, it's really tough to have a fight like this. Despite you having the man advantage, it might not mean as much if there's just so many angles you have to be careful of, so many rooms you have to clear. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Good movement all around apparently in this lobby. Zero makes a pretty fancy jump now to get towards the second part of the building.
I don't mind this from Germany at all. I think it's good that they're trying to go towards their strengths here, right? They've been good at these fights. They've been good at crazy early fights. And they've really not been great at getting into circles. So they're trying to make the best out of there. Romania, 4-man up in the lumber mill area. Trying to hold their ground a little bit. Trying to fend off Croatia from coming on in. And Germany is still looking. They're still hunting, but they don't really have a good idea where most of these players are. They found B-Jump, though. They're trading a bit of damage, and Hisk now is going to try to close that out. They've taken a 2v1, but oh god, the Molly actually gets the knock here.
Wow. The good pick up from Hisk. That's what they need. That's the one player that kind of could hurt Germany, and I was kind of worried about him, because if he keeps on having the angle, no one's really going to be able to cross between the puzzle buildings as easily as without him. And so them taking him down is kind of going to secure that southern position and also the sight lines on kind of crossing. So that's a good pickup. The only thing, once again, I'm worried about isn't necessarily the kind of the push themselves. I think the push themselves was perfect. The pickup here, realizing, wait, we got the first frag off of Belgium. It's an isolated 3v4.
What is that
I think that's
spot?
perfect. But it's tough in this specific instance. South Georgia Pole is never an easy spot to have a fight like this in. And yeah, Biwaga's in a really cheeky spot here. They might know about this. I think Zero spotted him. I think Zero knows it. I think it just needs one player to go outside the building to potentially take him down. I think they're doing that. I think one is actually...
Yeah. They're trying, but look at how much
is
damage they're taking here, Felix.
Yeah.
Look how much damage they're taking. And there was no meds. There was no meds on those players either. They might get themselves another kill point here, maybe get themselves 3, but how do you make it to zone? If you don't have meds already, and you're in George Pool when the zone is in Lumberyard, not a good time. So they have to find some meds, and they have to find them quick, and they're realizing now, okay, this is maybe not worth our time. These guys are hiding out a little bit too much for us to find them, but I say that, they're pulling up even more. Hisk is just... Where is he going?
Does he know?
Does he want an angle on the outside player, maybe?
Maybe, but I think he would have gotten that through a different way. It's a little bit easier at the very least, but yeah, I think they're exiting this right now. You saw the medical in their inventory wasn't really as high as maybe they would have hoped for it to be after these first initial knocks, and as a result of that, I think they will have to just leave it as it is. And problem is, they've only secured that one frag. That's just not enough. As they rotate into Poland, did they just rotate into Poland? What is happening? They're just rotating into Poland. They're getting more frags now, as you have Spain against Moldova as well. First 2 initial trades happened. Vasquez went down, though, and so did his teammate. Crazy now to bring things back. It looks like a very chaotic fight here towards the Potato Hill. More nades raining on through. Crazy takes down V8. Malup's been taken down as well. This might be a huge episode. It's just Watch Me Left Alive. He does take down one of the players. Crazy now spots him out, though, and he does get the last frag. This is good stuff coming out from Crazy and his squad. Spain finally sending a sign of life towards the rest of the lobby. We're still here. We're still kicking and fighting, and we're not going to go out like this.
Big fight for Spain, picking up all 4 of the elims, only losing 1 of their own. The nade from Crazy there really making the difference. Him not getting pushed because they had 2 different angles of approach there made that so much harder for the Moldovan squad. Just stuck in the middle, unsure which fight they wanted to take, unsure which fight was the right decision. And they do get punished in the end. A few shots come out. The live leaderboard is fixed, and it will show us that not only did Spain wipe Moldova there, Poland has lost players. We saw it in the kill feed. We're unsure what happened, but Germany has picked up both of those eliminations.
Good stuff. They must have immediately rotated into Poland. I just wish we would have seen that type of confidence and that type of fighting power a little bit earlier. As at this point, they need to triple their points. Nothing that's impossible at this point. I think nothing that's completely impossible, but they need to start fragging out early, just like they've done in this game, and then they need to actually close out 2 out of the remaining 4 games to have a chance in this one. Can very well happen. Ukraine and France has shown us that it's possible. Azerbaijan as well has shown us to maybe name a team that's also towards the bottom of the leaderboard. But yeah, unfortunately, at least in terms of getting to the late game, Germany has shown us the complete opposite, actually, in terms of realistic chances. Gonna have to wait and see. Luxembourg is going to get the first knock in here. It is all 4 players left alive as the revive has happened. And we've seen more players in the distance now fighting again. Germany has now lost a player. I think that's Gia going down against Belgium.
Yeah, that is Gia going down against Belgium. The team they were hunting for the majority of this game has come back to bite them. Armenia, they're going for the clear. They're finding players in the open. Bambi does get shot down in the end. Laura Coco alone in the top floor. Lots of angry men in the bottom floor throwing nades up, trying to clean this out. But there is France on the doorstep as well, and they might be the ones punishing in the end. They might be the ones cleaning this up. Armenia has to recover and refocus their attention here very quickly, Felix.
Yeah, they really need to. One more nade coming out from Armenia. And France, an unusual sight. 0 frags, and they've gotten a knock as well. Not what you usually see. Georgia now in the distance. Chiming in, taking down Victor. Telo's there to greet him on the other side. And they might just leave Victor where he is. Actually, one more shot. Wow, Looney actually takes down Snowix in the rotate out of it. That's not an easy shot. Quite the opposite. He was down the valley and it was up and down. So makes it even harder to trace. But he did so. Looney, as a result of that, secures the 5th frag for them. Potentially even 7th frag if they get both of these last 2 flushes.
Rare misstep from the French squad. Not something you see all too often. Not something we have seen in these games. Ukraine in a bit of bother themselves as well. Taking a bit of damage. Smoking themselves up. Resetting. Keeping 4 up. As Armenia is not done just yet. They want to pull up on Georgia here next. The next compound in line. They've already got themselves the 5 elims. Do they know about the Georgia player that's right in their backs though, Felix? In the middle of the field. I'm not quite sure. Ripper. Let's lose with the Scarel. And now they do know. And now they might just try and close this out fast there. That's a wild pull-up. And it's a wild fight all throughout this field, Felix. This is an absolute mess, and it's in the blue as well. Nobody's kind of come out well from this.
No, don't really come out well. Georgia has knocked down. Triple G has been put to the ground. And Armenia was fought so valiantly up until this point. Is obviously going to try and commit to this. Having secured the first one. Having, I think, Kawara safe as well for the rest. Means it's good chances for them to do more with this one. And once again, Armenia right in the middle of things. They need exactly a situation like this. Having a fight, an isolated fight at that, with the advantage. That's kind of like the best case scenario. 1-1-8 coming out. Turlo, on the other hand, does not want to go after this one without a fight. Pasha in the distance is there to greet him. It's not even going to be needed though, as Looney is going to take him down with the DBS close up. That's his first frag in this one. And I think there's going to be more to follow. Georgia still in a really tough spot.
Yeah, but it's a tough fight for Georgia, and they're not going to come out ahead here, I don't think. But it's also a tough fight for Armenia. Now they have to get another res. They're using more meds. They look at them trying to pull up so fast here to try and close this out ASAP. They don't want to waste any more. They don't want to take any more blue damage. They're pulling up straight in. It's just one. It's just Sky dancing around the smokes. He gets one more knock. Is that enough to get a confirm? Do they maybe have to let Pasha bleed? I think Pasha is bleeding out here, so they at least get one. But yeah, I mean, Armenia is bleeding players here a little bit, but 9 elims is not too shabby. That's not all too bad.
Yeah, but they're going to go down immediately, though. I think the player that revived is going to go down as well. Yeah, we just saw that. Heading over to Romania, Germany, still in big trouble. They need a big round. They need to make more happen with the last 2 players that are left alive. But they rotated into Romania. And that is still a full squad. Good shots coming out from EXO. Takes down Hisk. And the trade on 0 happens immediately after as well. Overlad is there. And Romania is going to pick up 2 more frags. The remaining 2 Germany players, they started off strong again. But they just cannot cross that late game mark.
Can't really get into the placements, can they? They've gotten there once, I believe. 1 late game is all they played. 2 placement points is all they have been able to garner. Turkey, on the other hand, not looking super hard in this one either. They've lost a play already. That could have easily been a second there by Overladi. But if he gets a good nade in there, if he gets a few good bounces, and he has at least 2 more here, he can do a whole lot of damage. And I think Romania is very interested in this. Romania really wants to close this out. They really want to keep this compound for themselves. They're not willing to share this here, Felix.
Not willing to share. I don't know not any circumstance, and I can understand why. I think the only reason why they're kind of hesitating and taking out the remaining 2 players is that they know it's Turkey, and fighting Turkey, even on a 2-on-4, is never just a done deal. Quite the opposite. More nades are raining in, as Belgium is being shot in the face by Spanish squad as well. This is an interesting turn of events, and the nades do in the end still hit coming back to this fight, and Romania will clear out Turkey. It has happened. I mean, Turkey is out. No more points for them. We said they are almost safely secured. Either way, 91 points. No one's going to catch them realistically. But still, that's got to hurt a bit. Losing that top spot by quite a bunch of points now. It's got to hurt their ego to some degree. 91 towards 100 and 107 right above them.
Yeah, not what you want to see, but also not something that's going to be a big spot of bother for them. Bulgaria, on the other hand, they're a team that has everything to lose. They're in 5th right now. They've been putting up numbers here or there. They've been putting up good fights and good plays, but they need more of that. if they want to stay in contention, if they want to be going home as a winner today. Citro now knocked by Serbia as well. A team that's right coming for them, a team that's gunning for teams like Belarus or Bulgaria. Breathing down their necks now. Not an easy position to be in, but one they will have to withstand if they want to go to Riyadh.
Bulgaria has shown us in the last couple of games that they are a very realistic contender for that trip. They've been fragging out, and it's been I want to say a journey of improvement over these last games. They've started off this tournament with showing us glimpses of consistent fragging, and I feel like it's gotten more consistent during day one, and I feel like now we're in this almost final form of Bulgaria to some degree, but they have just strung it all together. They are not losing players and rotate as much anymore. They're not fighting as much in the first three phases, and they're just focusing on making sure they get all four players left alive in phase 4, and then starting to frag out. And I think it's been helping them massively.
Really been way more consistent. I have to agree with that. As we see a zone pop on in, and it's pretty nice for Romania. It's insanely good for France right now if they do not get breached here. If nobody figures out that they're just a duo. If I'm Belarus and I have any idea that it's a duo, I'm sending it straight over there. But there's a chance they don't get figured out, and in that case, they should have a pretty solid game as we're going towards the placements now. And placements will once again be denied for the teams towards the bottom. It's just Albania left in this, and they might even be going out here because they have to face no one else but Ukraine.
The smoke's coming out. Ukraine once again controlling that northern side. One of the best teams in the lobby to do so. And they've done it even more consistently than France, at least in terms of holding down an edge and not losing a play, because that's what obviously France has been struggling with, actually keeping all four players alive. Getting into late game and then closing out the round, that, be reminded, was the first round that we've just witnessed from France where they were actually able to close it out. Every single time before that, they've lost a player and were at too much of a big disadvantage going to these last kinds of fights. This time around, Ukraine showing us how it's done. They want to clear out more players, despite not everyone even being rotated in. As their one Croatia player towards the shelter area, but he's being caught on rotation, being surrounded not only by Ukraine, but by Belarus as well, as more smokes are raining on through. But it looks like in just a matter of minutes, maybe even seconds now, Ukraine is going to be the last team standing towards the northern side. It's going to give them lots of breathing room. Albania doesn't seem to care about Ukraine either, and that means even more space for them going into the next phase.
They still have a Croatian player right next to them, though, in those smokes, basically just on their doorstep. I'm not sure if they know exactly where he is. They seem to have a pretty good idea. So if they do close that out, it's good and nice and dandy. But they were just one nade away from being knocked down to a 2-man. So not quite out of the woods just yet. More shots coming out. Bulgaria knocked and flushed, I believe, in that fight, but actually getting themselves the 2 defeats. They have made the breach. They have made it in there, into that potentially winning compound. And if they can get 3 of their reses back up, that's amazing for them, Felix. That it might be just the win they need to sacrifice, or to cement them, in the top 5. Massive stuff.
And yeah, I agree with you. It's just going to change the top 5. Romania, Bulgaria, Belarus, it's already bound to change the top 5 this game with how many teams are still alive in there. Realistically, what we really need to focus on is Romania, Bulgaria, and Belarus, obviously.
Oh.
With potentially even Azerbaijan and Serbia as well. But Serbia would need to win this game to breach into it. Maybe even to catch up to Belarus, depending on how much more they do with it. So maybe Serbia is actually going to be the biggest team to watch. Because they could do the most with this one. They're on a pretty tough spot, though. They do need to take that fight with Romania pretty much straight up and head on. Because there's no way to coexist for them in the open field towards the western side. So I feel like it's just a matter of time until they rotate in. And I want to see that happen as well. I want to see that happen sooner than later. I'm always a fan of, okay. I'm always a fan, I want to say, of clearing out the edge rather sooner than later and taking control of a route, getting isolated fights going when you know third-party potential is at a very minimum. But with this phase, I mean, I guess you could just wait, pick up placement points almost safely because everyone else is going to have to fight on the northern side.
Yeah, both seem attractive, right? It's a hard choice to make, because if they do now take out Romania. And if they do survive that, they would have so much time and so much space to shoot at everybody else in the field, right? Now they have to worry a little bit more, and they have to sit on the sidelines and let Romania pick up points. So it's a tough choice to make. You're taking a risk, but you're taking a risk for a massive potential payoff. So hard decision for that squad. I would love to see them go for the high-risk play, because not only do they need a big game here, they can't just get away with another few points. They also know that they just took down one of Romania, right? They know they have a 4v3. It's not really going to get a whole lot better than this, Felix.
Yeah, agreed. Crazy. Crazy stuff. That still so many teams have an opportunity actually now breach into the top 5 and change things around, despite, 8 games already being played. That's kind of an upset in and of itself. Ukraine, though, got to focus back on the northern side. Is trying to make something happen against Bulgaria. They know that's kind of the only option that they have. That they now looked at the options ahead of them. They realized that combat is taken, so they rotated even further towards the eastern side. Pretty smart rotates all around. Grab some more information, but they realized down there, yes, it's almost exclusively clear, but what do you go afterwards? What do you realistically go afterwards if you take the shack and breach it? I still kind of think they do it because they kind of realize, I think there's more than one team down towards the deep southern side, and if that happens, they're not going to be solely focused on Ukraine, but by the looks of it, it might not actually happen. By the looks of it, they might kind of prioritize breaching Bulgaria here, which I'm confused about, because I feel like they should know the shack down there should be almost entirely clear.
Might be a bit of a rather going for a big play than trying to survive in a small one. They are going for the breach. The nades are already coming out. I love this from Bulgaria, but the nades are not succeeding. The DBS is on the other side, though. Old boy, he doesn't even have to nade this anymore because his teammate's already in. Havoc comes around the corner, doesn't see the player on the stairs. It's an absolute disaster in the building, and Ukraine are faltering. Bulgaria is picking this one up. It's Bandita with a jump shot, but he gets taken out, and he's flushed as well. That's a big misstep. They're not staying clear in this. They already had this down to one member, Felix. They already had this down, and then they lose another member. This might come back to bite them. They need a big game here, and they wanted a big game here. They had a chance to win, and now they've not lost only one, but they've lost 2.
That's massive. That's massively hindering the chances for Bulgaria now and taking home this dinner. Yes, they've secured a couple of more frags, but once again, Bulgaria was the only real team up towards their northern side, apart from Albania, who was still having a somewhat safe space inside this new phase. And that has now gone. That has now gone because they're down to 2 players, and the sidelines are not going to be as good. Next zone centers up. There is 2 airdrops in the middle of it. But I don't think there's any hard cover whatsoever. I think there's a couple of rocks just below the ridge lines from Bulgaria. But apart from that, I think this might be decided in this phase. It is phase 6. So many silence, you can tell. Everyone almost has an angle on them already. So really finding a safe spot is going to be the big challenge.
There might be a little bit of low ground at the bottom of that hill that is just in and just survivable. And the reason it's survivable is not just because it's good terrain, but it's a little bit more playable because the compound has to move out as well, right? They're not staying in the top floor of their building for the rest of the game. So here you see Koa, he's found a little bit of it. I think to his north there's a little bit more, but Serbia doesn't want Albania to come down here. Serbia doesn't want Albania to have any say on this. They want to nail these kills before they get anywhere in the circle, and they want to claim them for themselves. They don't want to give any more of this up towards Romania and Bulgaria, especially. These are the 2 teams that they are trying to hunt. Any more frags towards them is a disaster for Serbia.
Yeah, it really is. Now the shots are raining on through. Koa takes the first one. Serbia need a big round. They want to branch into that top 5. They want to breach that 50, 60 point mark, and they've almost done so with that very first game of today. They have had a lackluster game too, but maybe this one can turn things around once more. Good shots against Albania, but I think it might be just about enough to potentially get that play they originally knocked, which is busy back up. And be reminded, everyone else on that eastern side is going to have to fight as well, but it looks like actually Romania is making quick work out of everyone who's trying to rotate in. I think they've cleaned out Azerbaijan in the meanwhile as well. Now comes a knock against Serbia here from Romania. This is big. They've lost Melas already, and now Masha goes down as well. This could be disastrous for Serbia, who need this win so very desperately.
They need this win, and now they've given the upper hand to the team right in front of them, to Romania. They know where the knocks are. They know where to nade, and Koa, he's been landing good shots, but that doesn't help you when you're getting naded to absolute bits. Now he gets spotted around the smoke. No more nades, at least in the hand of Doran, but he has gotten the confirm, and there's still 3-man up in this. You can see they're scouting with the cars. They're making sure they know exactly where he is. And if they find just one more opening onto Serbia, they're flooding in. There's the opening they needed. Bishka goes down. It's a trade for Koa, but he has to step up massively here if he wants to have a chance, and he can't do it. Felix, Romania, stay clear in this, and Romania, again, keep a team below them at arm's length.
Yeah, and Romania, because they win this, has actually now has really good position, actually. A really, really good position. Not only picking up this round, obviously, with Icy kind of just playing it really, really passively and really safely, but him also being alive. But also, they've now breached into the top 4. Romania, they needed one good round. We've said it about multiple teams. Romania was one of them. They need a big round, and this could be it. 12 frags so far, but Doran gets spotted out and shot at by Icy. And we've seen crazy stuff coming out from Icy. Oh my lord, Romania needs to cross open distance. This could be absolutely crazy. Icy sees Lawrence. Lawrence towards the left-hand side peak, but he can't take him down just yet.
This is doable for Icy. He just needs a headshot or two, especially Lawrence just has nothing to play there. Look at the circle as well, Felix. Lawrence has to make a run. If he spots him through the trees at all here, if he gets a glimpse of him, he can put him down, and we've seen him do this time and time again. He's looking to eye them up. He's putting a few smokes out. He has to be careful, but he has gotten the confirm at least. Now the push is there, though. EXO wants to close this out ASAP. He comes around the tree. They've got 2 angles on it. It's not looking good, Felix.
It's not looking good. 3 gear being picked up by Lawrence, but he needs to immediately move out. It's just pre-fires left, right, and center. Can Icy still manage to take him down? No, he's going to be spotted out, and that's it. Done and dusted. It is going to be Romania taking home the chicken dinner. We thought it was all sorts of teams that had a chance in this one. Serbia, Bulgaria, but in the end, it is the team that took out Germany right before phase 4. It is Romania holding strong inside that compound. Not only Germany, but also eliminating Turkey. Everyone who tried to have a say in this compound was just flashed out almost immediately. And that also means 14 or 15 frags being picked up on top of the win. Massive round, and it's going to secure them a top 5 if they continue playing like this.
I think they might have just secured it. I think that might be enough. I think they were getting towards that 90-point mark with that win. Right?
I think so, yeah.
That was not just a win. That was a massive win. And again, I think Icy is the only reason that they still have to sweat a little bit, because he keeps Bulgaria in the conversation. Poland, again, not a whole lot coming up from them this game. They've really been faltering. We've just seen them pretty much get swept aside on the circle edge this one. So this conversation is getting a little bit more exclusive, and fewer teams are participating every single round now. And Romania with a big, big win I think they cement themselves, right? I'm not sure. It's a little too early to tell, but that's a big, big step towards qualification, and it's a big misstep from Serbia there towards the end. If they clean up that game, then it's suddenly them we're talking about.
I think they did have the man advantage at some point as well.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll look back at this and be like, maybe they wouldn't have waited, and maybe would have just taken Romania head on while we had the chance to have an isolated fight inside their compound. Maybe, who knows, they would have clean wiped them, and then they would have taken complete control over the southern side and potentially won the round as well. Maybe that's what they will look back and think maybe that's what they should have done. But who knows at this point? What we do know is Romania is going to pick up that round. It's going to be Doran with the MVP. 5 eliminations. He's done plenty of important frags, especially, I think, for the initial 2 knocks against Serbia. Taking them down was the biggest challenge of this one, and they were able to do so.
What a round for the Romanian squad. A few contenders have fallen short today. Poland, Moldova, they both come to mind. Belarus to some extent as well, haven't been as impressive as they were yesterday. And then Bulgaria and Romania have just picked up the slack completely, and that's reflected on the leaderboard now. Look at that, 77 for Bulgaria. Good cutoff. Good gap towards the 6 as well, but 91 for Romania. And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to say they're guaranteed, but think about what has to happen. They have to get beaten by Türkiye.
Yeah,
they have to get beaten by Bulgaria, and they have to get beaten by a team that's 32 points behind them as well.
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
It's not happening anymore. And I said yesterday maybe 71 points will be enough. Maybe that won't be enough. Maybe you need 75, 77 or something. But a team that's not in the top 5 needs to step up now. They need to close the gap now, because this gap is substantial, Felix.
I also think it's done and dusted for anyone in the second part of the yearboard. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to catch up. Just mathematically, 3 more games. Let's just say Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania, these 3 teams that can be caught up to, do not make any single points now. Belarus and Azerbaijan still have to essentially win 2 games. Belarus especially. They have to win 2 out of 3 games, and that's just not going to happen. I mean, 19 placement points up until this point. It seems all the more unlikely. I'm not going to rule it out just yet. We've seen crazy comebacks from Azerbaijan as well. Both slowly but surely picked up the slack, but have dropped down to kind of a down low as well now. But yeah, once again, highly unlikely. So yeah, I said 90 points was going to be the cutoff. That's what I said from the very beginning. I think 90, 95 maybe. So I do think Turkey and Romania are done and dusted with this one. I think the 5th spot is the one that everyone is going to be looking at and fighting for. So I think Bulgaria especially has to be incredibly careful now of not being zoned out, of not being maybe even focused upon. Because if I were Belarus and if I were Azerbaijan, I wouldn't focus on any of these top 4 teams. I'd focus 100%. On Bulgaria. 77 points. That's the only realistic chance of catching someone.
This is what we talked about earlier as well. This is the point where you're happy if Ukraine or France or Romania or Turkey pick up points. Because you're hunting Bulgaria, you're not hunting anybody else. And even a Serbia, potentially a Moldova, they're in a situation, the same situation they were in at the start of the day. They got to win the next game if they want to be in it. And if they don't, it's going to become impossible. And yeah, like you said, second half of the scoreboard, I think you can pretty much call it for now. They can still get very, very close. I think it's very, very possible we see a Montenegro in 6th. Because the gap there is not that big. The gap to 5th is substantial right now. That's over 40 points, right? That's crazy right now. And getting 40 points in 3 games is possible. Catching up 40 points in 3 games, that's almost impossible. So tough times for some of these teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard. I love seeing plays like we saw from Germany this game, right? Coming out aggressive. Same for Montenegro. Some nice shines of brilliance. Spain with a really good team fight versus Moldova. But overall, they've just not been stringing these together consecutively and consistently.
26 points for Germany, 24 points for Albania. Both of these teams had a chance in this last game, I want to say especially Albania, to maybe make the miracle happen. Albania specifically, they were at the top of the northern side, top of the northern hillside, kind of the end of the Potato Hill runway. And they had all 4 players left alive. Bulgaria was only alive as 2. And I felt like it was just, unfortunately, a tiny bit too passive. Otherwise, maybe another comeback story could have happened. But I guess that one is reserved for Serbia, potentially. So, yeah, I'm going to have to wait and see. 3 more games, Kovo.
3 more games, 3 more chances for the Serbian dream or anybody else that's catching up. Don't forget about Poland as well. If they start playing like they did yesterday, there's a chance they come back. But it is going to be hard. 3 more games is all we have for you guys as well, so don't go anywhere. We're sending 5 teams to the World Esports Championship, and the next game is just a few minutes away. Short break, and we'll be right back. 3 more games to decide it all, to close us out today, to see who goes to Riyadh in just a matter of months. It is looking like Romania might be pretty good after that win, but we still don't know who's team number 5.
We do not know at the moment. We don't even know if the 4th one or the 5th one is secure just yet. We said 90 points was going to be the cutoff. Yes, they have reached that. But also, I mean, with so many teams now starting a potential comeback, what do we even know at this point, right? What do we even know at this point? Romania has gotten back into the mix. Serbia has gotten back into the mix. And especially Bulgaria has gotten back into the mix. Bulgaria, I want to say, just judging by the lineup, one of the most surprising teams in the top 5. I want to say the most surprising team in the top 5. Yes, they've got Icy, but apart from that, everyone is probably going to look at this roster and be like, wait, who are the rest of these players for the most part? At least if you've only watched the international scene, yes, Icy's been a big star, but the rest of them apparently seem to perform just fine as well. Yes, obviously Icy's gotten the majority of the frags, but it doesn't go without at least having a team there to back you up, to make the kills count that you need to pick up, and that's what they've been doing. So good on Bulgaria. If they can keep up this type of momentum, they're going to qualify as well.
Oh, for sure. And like we said, right? Like he's putting them a little bit in the backpack, but it's not like the other guys are just slacking. It's not like the other guys are just messing around. You don't get 77 points just from Icy. Yes, he does a lot. I think it's the most one-sided team that we're seeing in this tournament. But that's not a bad thing, because I think he's so consistent at what he does as well. It's not easy to just stay alive, and even if you're in a team fight, some of your teammates are getting knocked. He's never the one that really oversteps. He's never really the one that gets knocked and flushed. It's very rare that we see that happen. So, shout out to him. Big performances so far, and if they continue on this pace or anywhere close to it, they're looking super good to stay in that top 5.
I think it's going to happen. If you would ask me right now to place bets on who's going to make it, I think Romania is going to stay inside of it. Turkey is obviously going to stay inside of it. I think Ukraine and very obviously France has already booked a ticket already towards Riyadh. But at that 5th space, I, in my humble opinion, I got to give it to Bulgaria. I feel like they've been, and I've touched on this last game, I feel like they've been the team that has improved the most from like the first match of the qualifier to the situation we're in right now. They've consistently eliminated the big mistake that they had, which was losing players too early, which is finishing fights not cleanly enough. And now that doesn't seem to happen anymore. They seem to consistently reach late game. I'm talking phase 5, phase 6 onwards. S4 players, and they don't rush into fights as much anymore. And if they play it like this for the remaining 3 games, I don't see a way in which they don't consistently pick up points, which in turn is going to be enough for qualification.
Yeah, and just imagine, right? They were really close to winning that game as well. They got breached by Ukraine.
Yeah,
it's I think a 3v4 breach or a 4v4 breach. Not easy to defend. But if they keep 3 players up there, maybe they win that game in the end. But they have one more Erangel to show us what they can do as we're heading into a bit of a northern plane, ending north of Milta Power. It's gonna be hard for some teams to reach their loot spots. I'm gonna have my eye out for George Paul, where we just saw a hot drop in the last one. And from there on out, we're going to have to see Romania, or Moldova, excuse me, out early towards the Zaki area. But they're not the only ones. The North George Paul area is definitely going to get a little stacked.
It is going to be a little stacked. Excited to see what Germany is going to do with this one. I think they're going to try and go for South George again. Maybe have a little bit of a skirmish with Belgium once more. But doesn't look like it just now. Actually, it might look like it. I'm seeing a different color right behind you. Yeah?
I think they're both there. Yeah, they're covering each other well. They're very hidden behind the player tags. But this is looking like a South George and a North George hot drop. But the South George one is obviously way hotter. There's way less buildings, and they're essentially jumping on the same spot here. They're just squaring off here at this point. The winners of the last match, Romania, rather peacefully cruising towards that Melter Power area. They have a little bit of Albania around them, but they should be able to handle that. South Georgia, on the other hand, that's going to explode, and that's going to explode nice and fast.
Yeah, first frag's been picked up by Germany and Armenia at the same time. So all these hot jobs being very one-sided for as of right now, at least. Hisk is the only one that's really been traded up until this point, with a pistol at that as well, interestingly enough. So North and South George Still not completely decided just yet, but I want to say advantage towards Armenia and advantage towards Germany on the southern side as well.
Looking like a whole lot of miss. Shelby is out, but so is Hisk, so is Jiao Hao.
No.
And Zero falls down from the window at the worst time possible. He's got a DBS and a Thompson. He's pretty much ready for this fight, but now he's the last one standing. 1v2, can he do it? It doesn't look likely, but he lines them both up. Wow, what is that?
Oh my goodness. What has Zero just done? Hits the 1v2, Tommy gun in hand, and he even takes down a player with a shotgun as well. And yeah, I was so confused. I thought Zero, if you do not hit that jump and he didn't, you're gonna let your teammates get flushed out because they were literally in the same room with the rest of the Belgian players. But wow, he somehow still makes it work. I thought there was no way now. He didn't even expect the first player to rotate out. He was pre-firing the second Belgian player in the back of the room, and then the first one exited, and he still was able to take him down. Massive stuff coming out from Zero. It's what they need to potentially, and I'm saying potentially with a big potentially, to potentially make the comeback happen. Because 30 points as of right now, we're saying the cutoff is going to be 90 points. Realistically impossible. With the 77 points as of right now, maybe 2 wins and a good one is going to be enough, but they need to start right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of copium. That's a lot of copium.
It's a lot of copium, yes
but
it is.
We will have to wait and see. We're not counting it out until it's done. This is what we've seen before. Albania looking to claim Lipovka. On the other side, Montenegro has been a little bit more proficient in picking up the frags. But they have to be careful here. Flashbang coming out, but look at the angle from random. That's going to be such a good angle. If they push out here, if they try and clear this, he could be the difference maker, but they don't go clear. They go for the anchor player first, and they take him out. Shotgun on high, though, finds one first and instantly traded out from the side. No one's staying clean in this, Felix. This is not a 4-0 like we've just seen in South George. This is a mess, and this is a flush for Ekavela.
Yeah, should be, I guess, not really going the way of anyone. And we've been seeing this throughout the entirety of this qualifier, and I still can't help but wonder why. Both of these teams, imagine they would have these rounds without a contest. That would be 4 more chances. They might even be around the 50-point mark, and that would be in the middle of the first page of the leaderboard. You would have a very good chance, maybe even winning one of these rounds, because they have shown us that they're able to do so. I mean, even Albania has literally just reached the late game and had the potential to win a round. So I don't necessarily understand these hot jobs as much. In a best of 12 in a qualification scenario for World Championship, you don't play for ego. You don't play for loot spots themselves, right? I don't know. I feel like it's a weird decision, but to some degree, I understand the confidence. I understand not wanting to give that up, playing your own game. Maybe you've practiced these rotations time and time again. It's just a part of your game, so you don't want to give it up. And there it goes. Albania is going to win that fight, but loses a player as well.
Loses a fight player as well. Moldova on the other side. They've rocked up to this North George fight, and they've picked themselves up a knock. Not looking like they're going to get the flush, though. So they're looking for a few points. They're one of the teams where you can realistically say they have a chance, right? They're not all the way down the scoreboard. They're a team that with a big game can close the gap and potentially put themselves in a position to fight for qualification. Croatia getting a few elims, but taking knocks in the process. Just one up for Belarus. It's not been their day either, Felix. Poland, Belarus, really fallen from grace today.
Yeah, I said that. I don't think Poland is going to be able to keep up that average points. What were they on? I think around 7 or 8. I think I said I don't think they're going to be able to keep that up.
Yeah.
That average point momentum that they had. I also felt like that first win was not as, I wouldn't say well played, but it just wasn't as hard fought as some of these other wins that we've seen. And just based off of that fact, I said it wasn't going to happen. It didn't happen. 56 points. They need one more big round, not out of the ordinary for Poland to just come out and have a big round out of nothing. That's what we've seen. It's typical Poland play. But as we've said, it needs to happen sometime soon. And there's just so many more contenders all around them on the leaderboard that we can kind of say the same thing about, honestly. Serbia, Azerbaijan, and even Bulgaria, all teams that we expect to have another good game out of the next 3.
Gonna be tied towards the top. Romania see maybe a bit of a camp. Maybe this is a bit of a road camp from Azerbaijan. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but they look like they have a solid setup to camp this road. Romania get out though easily. Disengage from the fight, reset, make their way towards the zone. This is something we've seen a lot from the top teams, and that I give them a lot of credit for, is realizing when a situation is not the one. Because it's very easy to step into the trap of, we're a top team, we're winning our fights, we can just take every fight, but that's not always the smart decision. Moldova is still looking to take something in this, trying to get away with a few points, but it's not going to be made easy for them. As on the other side of things, we saw Turkey pick up a frag.
Not unusual in the first couple of phases, but Turkey has been struggling with consistency today. Surprising to me that they've dropped down to third place, especially if you consider that, I want to say, a third of their points came from that one big game. Crazy. I just realized that a third of their point came from one game, and they're still inside the top 3 and have almost safely qualified. So, goes to show you, if you can't put up points like that, which is unrealistic for, I want to say, everyone else, except for maybe France and Ukraine at this point, then one good game can catapult you into qualification spots. So Romania, Bulgaria, all the other teams down there.
It's super crazy.
Super crazy. I've done it for the most part, but a little bit more is going to be needed.
It's also, they got one win, Turkey, and they have 20 placement points. So not really a whole lot going on in the other 9 matches.
Yeah,
and the other 8 matches so far. So, it's been a crazy ride if you're a Turkey fan. But they do put up the elims, and that's what matters, right? That's what keeps you consistent. But look at this shift, Alex. It's so far off to the west, and so many teams are still stuck in the blue on that eastern side. We still have 19 teams that will try to make their way into this phase 2, and some of them are so far away.
Far away indeed. Same can be said about Romania. Rotating in through that eastern side. Has to make it up the hill. Has to make it steeper inside that phase 2. And they have, if they would only know, the single Belarus player, Melvin, right next to them. But I don't think he's been spotted out just yet. Otherwise, I'm fairly certain they'd just pull up on him. Every single point, no matter how small it is. Literally a single point could be the difference between Romania qualifying and not qualifying at this point. We said 90 points was going to be the cutoff, so a couple of more points in these next 3 games is going to be enough after that big round that we've just seen. Maybe isolating players early on. Just like the Belarusian player, if he would have been spotted, it would have been the perfect play to do so. But he has been spotted, just not by Romania. Croatia is going to pick that up indeed, as well as Germany. Both teams starting, as well as Albania, actually, all these teams down there, starting with a fairly safe and fairly well-placed early game. 4 frags on each of them, and everyone has secured themselves a spot in the circle as well.
Now, if you want to be a realist and you want to look at the statistics, then I feel like this is where we get excited about the prospects of some of these teams, and that's pretty much where they fall off and where they die. I have countless memories of Germany getting 4 kills and then getting eliminated, not making it into phase 2 or 3. This time they're in. This time they're in the very center, and this time is maybe the time that's different. But it's hard to say that beforehand. Luxembourg, Albania on that northeastern side, deep in the blue. Croatia as well. Romania as well. Serbia, a team that we've been looking at the whole day today, trying to see if they could make the jump. Once again, they're close to a big jump on the leaderboard, but the jump to 5th is not just a jump. That's a leap. That's 77 points on Bulgaria before this game. 3 matches left, Alex.
Yeah, it's more than just a jump. It's a leap. You would have to climb an entire mountain for you to do so, but it's not an impossible mountain. It's not the Mount Everest. 27 points. It's doable. 1 good game, and have a couple of more consistent games, and you're in there. Good circle shift towards the western side. Kind of an expected one for the most part. All these teams have been positioned, have been positioning themselves around the south side of South Georgia Port. Either way, it's where these circles usually tend to end, so nothing too out of the ordinary. First couple of damage points being dealt towards Bulgaria. And it was from Serbia as well. That's the direct composition as well. That's the one team they need to catch. So if Serbia is going to be able to figure out who that is, I think they're going to be very happy taking this isolated fight. That would be the beginning of their comeback story potentially.
We're going to keep believing. We're looking for a comeback story here. We're looking for someone to make it exciting. Serbia is one of the candidates to do that. Azerbaijan and Poland already losing a player. Moldova is a team that we have on the cards as well. It's just not been their day. It's been really good throughout the rest of the tournaments. Now they've picked up 2 on Luxembourg, and they're looking to make that 4. Hisk, the rest of Germany, they've pulled together into one compound. And there's the rest of Moldova. They really want these frags. They really want these points, Felix. But they're not easy to get, and they're cruising into the open arms of Croatia on the other side. Moldova is going to be biting themselves. They would have loved to grab these.
They would have loved to do so indeed.
What's going on here?
Ooh, somehow, look, has Luxembourg still not found a vehicle to rotate? Because I feel like that was the problem they had earlier in phase 1 and phase 2. It looks like they've only found themselves a bike. So understandably, Majiku is going to be taken out. Luxembourg continues to have big problems and hasn't secured a single point, unfortunately. And this time around, it looks all the more unlikely as well. Germany, though, they're looking to secure themselves placement points in this one, potentially, because they've only gotten 2. Let me remind yourself, they've gotten 2 placement points out of the 30 points they've gotten.
Yeah.
That is absolutely nuts. This is the first time we see them in Circle Center. The very first time I want to say we see them in Circle Center out of all these rounds. And man, you can only sit here but wonder and think about what would happen if you replay these rounds in Germany. Might play a little bit more centralized, but not this time, apparently. Not this time.
Here's the next fun fact. Albania is the team that's right below Germany on the leaderboard. They have 13 placement points. So completely different approaches again. Albania not getting a whole lot of elims. Germany actually very good at winning a few fights, but then usually falling short. Moldova right now is falling to pieces, Felix, in the kill feed. They've got 1 flushed from France, 1 knocked from Spain. Not looking super hot at the moment. And that knock they took from Spain is also getting flushed out. That's Foley. Not playing game number 10. And making things even harder for Moldova. They're on the cutoff. They're a runner-up team. But it's just not been their day.
Not been their day. And plenty of teams that we can say this about, unfortunately, today. And always talk about how important that second day of a qualifier stage is. If you do not turn up when it's needed, you're just not going to qualify. Not 21 teams are fighting for a top 5 spot. It's just the harsh reality of it. And right now, it looks like Bulgaria, with the distance to the fact that Belarus has now been taken out, is able to potentially put up towards Azerbaijan and everyone else, means they might have just gotten themselves an even better chance than what they already have. Romania with a fairly interesting rotation up towards the top of the house and rotating all the way around it, and they're being shot at from multiple sides. But they also realize, I think it's only 1 player in this building, so at some point that trade is going to come through, and it does just there. And there's 1 more team that is straight up competition eliminated for them.
That's Moldova going out, and that's a solo clear. They're going to keep 4 up here, Romania as well, so they stay clean in this one. They get ready for the next fight coming up. Poland's in a reasonable position here, Felix. That's not something we've seen today in the first 3, but they have lost a member early as well. So they really want to get something going. They really want to put themselves back in the conversation, but they will have to fend off not only Romania, but all the other teams coming in from the east here.
Either side of the circle doesn't look that much easier either. Georgia literally just had to fight. Did a clean wipe though. I'm not sure on who, but it was 4 frags secured, and they will not lose a player either. 14 points for them. Also sitting very far down the leaderboard, unfortunately. This could change things. Even for a team that's that far down the leaderboard, I think grabbing a couple of more points, not ending that far down, is going to be good for their confidence going into it. Potentially even next year. Good shots now from, I think it is Tello actually, right behind the boxes. He takes down 2, maybe together with Ripper, he can do even more. This is some good trades. He's just only left. He gets taken out as well. Ripper and Tello together, unbeatable duo apparently. because they each take down 2 players, and they will secure the next team fight as a result of it. Good stuff coming out from Georgia, but the next team is right on their doorstep. And look at this. Can they revive the players in time?
They might get the revives, but Sky is so singled out right now. He's trying to get a good nade out, and he does find one. That's a big knock for him to take, because that buys a little bit of time. But look at Icy. He's not waiting around. He's not wasting any second. He's blowing up that warehouse as fast as he can, using everything at his disposal. And that's Triple G knocked. It's Turlo and Ripper. The dream duo, but they'll have to do it again. And this time they'll have to do it 2 versus 4. No more support coming in from teammates. Another good nade. Look at Icy, man. He's so cold. He just does it all by himself.
Unbelievable. But this is exactly what they need. This is it's picture perfect for any Bulgarian fan right now. This is picture perfect. Look at this, clean and calculated. Georgia, who's just done a massive amounts of work, unfortunately will not be rewarded for it. That's kind of the sad part about this. I said, yes, Georgia's not going to be obviously anywhere close to qualifying, but you still want to finish as strong as possible. You're representing your entire nation, so that is still an important fight. But for Bulgaria, on the other hand, that was 4 frags that were needed now, and we'll put them closer towards that 90-point mark that we talked about. And man, this distance between 5 and 6 is increasingly getting bigger. 60 points to 81 right now. Yeah.
That's the problem, right? That's why even though we love a comeback story, and even though we're hoping it happens, the teams that are at the top are usually there for a reason, and they don't just start sleeping. They don't just stop. Now, France flying into Turkey might be nice for the rest of the lobby, keeping the big dogs a little busy there. The trades are coming out. Germany's getting themselves 2 of these knocks on the outside of the buildings. That's big. If they get some of the confirms, if they just get some of the flushes here, that'd be massive. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they got any of this. But yeah, like you said, they might be coming in.
Yeah, they need to. There's no other way to play this. They need to breach this building, and these are the kind of frags they need as well to get closer to qualification. Unfortunately, it's Silas on the other hand. He gets traded though by Gia. Ghosty goes down, but Gia is there. Loxy trades Gia on the other hand. As we have more frags around that compound, Zero goes down. His drives down Wild. It's a 2v2 trade by the looks of it. And Germany might have just done it, I think, without being taken out entirely. I think they've just cleared this building. It's good trades coming out from Germany, and they've done it. 8 frags and secured themselves the best compound inside the current safe zone. That's everything because of these first 2 initial knocks. Good stuff coming out from Germany. Where was that the 8 games before?
Finally, something works for them. It's the run over that does the trick there towards the end. They clean it up. Romania, meanwhile, struggling. France struggling. Serbia finally pulling up to this radio tower, hoping that they can claim a little bit of land for themselves. But big steps for Germany. Big steps towards that leaderboard. Maybe the comeback is real. Maybe I'm just not half it on the copium. Maybe this is a thing. Poland, though, they have to hold on here, and it's not looking easy. Even if they survive versus Romania, they've got another team right on their backs.
Yeah, they do. Poland still trying to get another knock, and they do. And Duccio pushing across the ridge line. Only gets a knock, but gets flushed out right afterwards. Dorian is going to be there to secure Poland's frags all for himself. But once again, that flush against Exo did come through. So Romania, at best, is going to be standing here as a 3-man. Doesn't really matter, though, is the question. Because Bulgaria is doing points, Romania is doing points, France is doing points, Ukraine is doing everything that you want to happen in the position of Bulgaria and Romania is happening right now. All the top teams are securing the majority of the points, and your real competition, I'm talking Azerbaijan, Belarus, Poland, they've all been eliminated already.
Look at the kill feed. It's Icy. It's Icy lobbing out the nades. It's him opening things up towards Serbia. And like you said, that's direct competition as well, right? So Bulgaria is not sleeping on the job. Koa, close range, though, might be able to cook something up. Icy has a nade in hand. Koa could find this, and he does. That's the raid boss down. That's another bit of damage exchange. And maybe Serbia is still alive and kicking in this. Notorious nowhere close to help. And if Koa gets a first hit off, if he gets a reset in, and this is all but possible.
Nade gets cooked. Maybe a good nade is going to secure that first knock against Serbia, and it does. Koa goes down. That's going to be horrible for Serbia. They were in such a good spot now to clean up that entire edge, but they've just been continuously third-party by everyone. And I think it's only Maksha at this point. And it looks like he's going to be cleaned out sometime soon as well. The only team that's really helping this entire fight happening on the southern side is Germany. But Germany is so far off, we said they would need not only a big win, but maybe even more than that to win this, to even get close to qualification. So even though, yes, it might be perfect on paper, still very unrealistic, even if they clean up everything.
Get away with your numbers. I want to believe. I want to believe in somebody from the bottom side of this leaderboard making the move. Serbia started out so well today and then couldn't string it together. Now the move's coming out of the compound. Ukraine's cruising on in. Icy is still alive in this. Never to be taken down. Azerbaijan finally out of the picture. The man with the fancy jumps. Clutch is the one that gets taken out. We are going down to 5 teams. We are going down to a low amount of HP on Ukraine. But once again, this is not a fight Romania is chilling in because they have Bulgaria right on their doorstep.
As they do, Romania needs to be careful now. They want to make the best out of this round. Once again, 97 points. They've overtaken Turkey with this one, but it's far from over. Maybe a couple of more points could bring them even closer to safe qualification. They're still sitting there on top of the hillside. It's only 2 players, and that's the big problem. They're being surrounded by everyone. One good frag against Bulgaria could mean, could not only mean one more frag, but could also change the outcome of the entire round. Be reminded, only Bulgaria and Germany right now have full squads available in this late game fight. So keeping all 4 players up for Bulgaria is going to be absolutely needed. But then again, you have Romania who've been stepping up today massively right in front of you. So doing it cleanly is still going to be a challenge, despite Bulgaria having a good performance today as well. Lawrence and Doran, namely, being the ones that have the good chances now of making more things happen. And there goes the first one, Doran with a good nade against Bandita. And look, it's the furthest south player as well, so I don't think there's a way for him to get rest. That's going to make it even tougher for Bulgaria.
Ukraine's going to be the one coming away with the win here. As everyone is tearing themselves to pieces. Icy puts in a good bunch of damage, and that is a flush towards Romania. Can they get the res? Surely they can, but there's a lot of time for the rest of the lobby to get a whole lot of space. Germany has not really dared, though. Germany has not really dared to extend. Take a fight to Supra. Maybe take a 3 versus 1. They've been just content with holding their ground, and you can't really fault them here. You can't really blame them. They've not gotten into these late games. They don't really have the confidence to be playing out like we've seen from a Turkey, like we've seen from a France. But that might just come to cost them here, Felix. That might just come back to bite them. Just missing out on a little bit of aggression here. That's a zone, though. And that's a hard shift to the north. Bulgaria pretty much has the choice here. Who do they want to push? And whoever they push will have a very hard time winning this game.
I mean, realistically, pushing Germany would be better for them, but only if they deem it realistic that Germany is going to have some kind of comeback. But we have traits towards both directions. Oh, a second trait against Germany. His went down, 0 went down. The hero of phase 1 right afterwards. I think there is a potential way of getting him back up, but that edge just seems really, really troublesome. Even when he gets rested, I still don't think there's too much hope in terms of survivability. I mean, look, you really only have that water tower, and it's not a good ridge line to play off of. So as soon as that zone closes, I think Ukraine especially is going to have big chances of taking this one home. Foobsman, nice Bulgaria, another revive.
Bandita knocked. Supra now knocked on the other side. Supra's lost his 1v1 versus Germany. That's big. Supra has lost his fight. That is bad news for Bulgaria. That's the western part of the team eliminated.
Where's Germany, though?
That's the eastern part. Just completely left to his own devices. It's just Icy left in a 1 versus 2 versus Ukraine right now. The nades are flying on in. The DBS has to connect, and it doesn't. And Ukraine is running over things. 2 for Germany, 2 for Ukraine, but a possible res on the cards, a possible 3 versus 2. Ukraine's not in the circle, but they have the better ground for now. What can Germany do with this?
Yeah, but what is Germany doing? They know it's the last 2 teams. Why are they not making a move? And they've just fought for the last 30 seconds. They had 30 seconds to reposition, and they did not do anything. Unfortunately, that's going to mean Germany is stuck towards the border of the zone. They even had cars in this one. They haven't been broken, and Ukraine is just going to be easily able to reposition. And look at the line they've already drawn. Ukraine is just going to say thank you. Thank you for this one, because that was not meant to be their game. But with the angles they have, a miracle is going to be needed for Germany that unfortunately just missed their opportunity, missed the timing or doing anything. That is just not how you win these rounds.
It hurts to see a little bit, but that being said, they're just one big knock away from winning it, but it's not looking likely right now for sure. It's just not the terrain they would want. It's not the cover they would want, and I'll say it again. I don't think you can fault them. They've never been in one of these late games. They really haven't had the chance to get into the groove. They haven't had the chance to get the confidence up. And a team like Ukraine with worlds of experience and worlds of confidence right now is just going to run circles around them. Good shots coming out of Germany every now and then. Ghosty is now going to try to do a close range with the UMP, but he's got so much on his hands. And Ukraine's just the big dog, and they're feasting in this lobby. It's not meant to be for Germany. But I think that's the 4th chicken dinner in only 10 games, Alex.
Yeah, Ukraine is dominating, closing out these games. They are, from start to finish, the most consistent team in terms of closing out games. And they're doing so again. Good stuff coming up from Ukraine. Good fight against Bulgaria, but I can't help but wonder what would have happened if Germany would have activated that. They had the entire open space. They knew everyone else was fighting. It was down to a 2v1 at some point, and they could have easily grabbed the sidelines and eliminated both players of Ukraine immediately. They were very high up on the ridge line, so I felt like that was Germany's game to lose. So makes it even tougher to watch. Georgia, though, gotta bring it back towards some of these highlights. Georgia defending that warehouse and that compound against multiple enemies, winning the first 2 fights, but in the end being overshadowed by Bulgaria. That was the one team that was one too many.
One too many, and the ice cold killer comes out from Bulgaria, just swats Georgia aside. You have to give Germany, I think, some credit. I think they had no right to be in that game. Yes, that was theirs to lose, but they had no right to be there. Turkey, 4-man in the compound, even the first compound fight, really, really good for Germany. So strong performance from them, considering what we've seen so far. It's a nice sign of life, and it's something they really desperately needed. But yeah. It's hard to compete with that Bulgaria right now. Yeah, it's Ukraine getting the win, and it's showing a little bit more dominance and towards this lobby and towards how they close out these games. But it is just Bulgaria just cementing themselves, not giving anyone a chance to break into the top 5.
No, Fuchsman, one of them, denied that chance. 6 eliminations, 1 headshot, and obviously survives until the very end. I think he got the last frag on Ghosty as well. So good stuff from Fuchsman. Some massive frags coming out from his side. Total kills 80, 325 smokes and grenades. Nothing out of the ordinary right here. Due to the fact that we had a open field ending, maybe a couple of more smokes than what we're used to.
Yeah, tons and tons of smokes and nades as well. You saw Struper there just smoking one side off so you can start peppering the Germany players on the other side. So lots of usage for utility. 140 points for Ukraine. Crazy stuff. That's almost 14 points a game. That's just mental, honestly. Especially when you compare to how impressive some of the teams like France have been as well, or Turkey in some instances. Ukraine really put themselves above the rest, but I'll say it again. This Bulgaria is doing everything they need to be doing, and nobody else can catch a break. Nobody else can get close to them.
Looking at the leaderboard now, I wouldn't have expected the cutoff to be that big between 5th and the rest of them.
Yeah.
But it seems very straightforward. And we only really played 10 matches. And we still have 5 teams. 5 teams specifically. 5 teams running away with it. Yeah. I didn't expect that. I thought it was going to be closer towards 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe even 9. But as of right now, it's not. Bulgaria, 93 points. That's a dinner and some away. And we only have 3 more games. That goes to show you it's becoming increasingly more unlikely that anyone else is going to catch up. And 90 points really is a household number. And it already breaching that mark that I thought was going to be the cutoff. I thought 90 points was going to be a cutoff. It might still very well be. Realistically, it depends on how high Azerbaijan and Belarus and all these teams could go. But right now, it looks like everyone's crossed that already.
Yeah. And, well, we're looking at a back-to-back at this point. One of these teams will have to pull out a back-to-back because there's no other way you catch up 30 points in 2 games. And we'll have to wait and see. But like you said earlier, right? Everybody here is still playing to represent their nation. Everybody here is still trying to do the very best to show everybody, hey, we are on the map, right? We, Germany, we have a PUBG Mobile team. Montenegro, we're pretty good at winning our team fights. Albania, pretty good at getting into late game. They're still trying to show that they can do this, and they're still trying to get good experiences and good placements on the board here. So I'm excited to see what they can show us. I think I don't want to keep talking about Germany all day, but they've been really nice to watch in their team fights. They just break our hearts in those late game situations, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. I wish they would have more experience by now. Now that we are 10 games in the late game stages, but they just... Well, what can I say? They've just never been there. That was the first time. I think they've now almost quadrupled their placement points.
Yeah.
Just from that one single round. I think they've actually quadrupled it. They had 2 before, now they've gotten 6. That means 8. So they've actually quadrupled their placement points, which is crazy to think of. 10 games in. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading into a very short break before we head into the last 2 matches of the day. And it's going to be spicy because we're changing the map.
And that is us down to 2 more matches, 2 more games to see if anybody can pull off the miracle. But right now, I feel like Bulgaria is just a rock, Felix. They're just so hard to push over.
I don't think anyone's gonna catch them. I gotta be honest and blunt like that. I wish I could give you more hope for a more exciting ending, but it's 30 points. At the very least, if anyone is going to be able to catch them, it's got to be in the next game, because after that, mathematically, it becomes almost impossible. If just based off probability, it isn't already. So yeah, if it doesn't happen in the next game, I think it's done and dusted. I don't even know how that happened. To be honest, when we started the day, I thought there were so many candidates that could still potentially make that comeback happen. And now it just seems like the top 5 have been locked in for what feels like forever, right?
Yeah.
I mean, France, Ukraine, Turkey. Yes, we've talked about these guys a million times. But now also Romania, with that one big win, seems to be undeniably well-placed in that top 5. And Bulgaria, kind of the same way, even though they haven't won a round, they just haven't stopped fragging out, and it's good to see, because it seems like we found the 5 most deserving countries to go towards Riyadh.
It also feels like they are taking turns at this point. Every round, there's one of the big dogs taking a big win. It's been Ukraine, it's been France, it's been Romania. They're all just taking turns at winning these games. And they're making it so hard for anyone to try and catch up. And they're making it almost impossible for anybody to get close to that pack. So, pretty tough times for what's been going on below the top 5. But I think this is the last chance. We're going to try and keep telling these stories of teams coming back. If they don't do it this game, I'm gonna stop trying. But if you do it this game, there is a chance. 59 to what I think is 90 points, right? That's doable in 2 games, but you can't do it in 1. It's not happening. So last chance for a lot of these teams. And last chance even for the teams who won't make it anymore. A team like a Croatia, a team like a Belgium, a Germany. With a big game, they can still push them up so far up the leaderboard and prove to people, hey, we're here to play. We're not just bottom half of the scoreboard. We're here to play. We've come out to play, and we deserve to be here as well.
It seems to me that the middle of the pack is so much closer than the top 5 now, and that wasn't the case at the beginning of the day, right? We said the middle of the pack was kind of more stretched out than the top 7, top 8, maybe even top 9 teams after Serbia actually took home that win. And now it's all changed. It seems like the top 5 are locked in, and that's never a good thing, at least in terms of, obviously, viewer perspective now going into the last 2 games. But you never know what's going to happen. One thing's for sure, though. If anyone wants to catch up, mathematically, once again, it needs to happen in the next game. Otherwise, it's not going to be enough. Even a win with like 10, 15 points is not going to be enough with how big the difference is between 5th and 6th place. These top 5 teams have played the most consistent PUBG Mobile that we've seen, and they've also, obviously, secured themselves quite the big difference in terms of points up until their 6th and even 7th spot. So, going to be exciting going to the last 2 games.
Yeah, and it's got to hurt. It's got to hurt for a lot of these teams. It's got to hurt for Belarus, Poland, who were in really, really good spots yesterday, and Moldova as well, right? Moldova was one of the contenders coming into the day, and they've not shown up at all. They've not had a good run. We have a few more seconds until the players will show us everything they've got, until they'll show us on Miramar as well. We're switching maps, we're switching pace, we're switching loot spots, and we're giving players 2 more shots at this, and I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see who pulls it up. I'm excited to see if we get a win of a team that we haven't seen yet, because they've been, fairly spread apart towards those top teams, but there's no team, Felix, by the way, no team with 2 wins, no team with 3 wins, but Ukraine has 4.
Yeah, Ukraine is nuts. I don't know. Ukraine is nuts. I don't know how to even understand why that has happened, because it feels like with so many other big contenders, you would think closing out games is going to be harder, but for them it seems the other way around. They've not played as consistent as France and Turkey, but they've played as consistent as anyone. And even more so, they've been the most consistent teams when it comes to actually closing out these games. So whenever they do get into late game scenarios, they just take it home. And once again, it's been showing in the statistics, and I kind of want to say it's the toughest thing to do as well. closing out games. There's so many variables that go into closing out a game as opposed to just playing consistent. So that also, I want to say, is kind of an advantage of Ukraine right now. Maybe even going into Riyadh. And I also said it from the very beginning. I said that maybe the difference between them and Turkey today is going to be that Ukraine really wants to take the one spot. They don't want to take anything else. They don't want to take top 5. They want to take 1. They want to be the best team in Europe, country-wise, and they're showing that right now.
They're showing a lot of dominance right now. They're showing a lot of skill as well at winning games, right? It's not something that you can leave aside. The amount of placement points they've been able to gather, the amount of wins that they've been able to string together is absolutely crazy. We head on into a first of 2 Miramars, Moldova in a hot drop, but it's not just against Luxembourg. There's more teams involved here. This is a super stacked city, Felix.
Yeah, super stacked city. More teams than just the 2. Germany in the back lines there as well with a cheeky little split with Azerbaijan in the distance as well. It might be a 4-way fight, actually, depending on how this goes. Luxembourg right below Moldova here. Might even be 5 teams then. Yes, it's actually 5 teams. Are you kidding me? It's 5 teams all around this city, all around La Copiera. The first team has already been eliminated. Everyone knows it's going down to the wire right now. Everyone needs to take home as many points as they can, and Luxembourg is going to be the first team to lose players here in this 5-way fight. Azerbaijan appears to be the second one as Folly takes him down.
2 fronts is what Moldova is fighting right now. That might be what they need to take on, though. This might be the thing they need to do. Maybe 8 kills coming out of this hot drop, Felix. Maybe that's what makes people believe. Maybe that's what makes them come back. Codex, they have been suffering today. They've been struggling today. But maybe this is the game to bring them back. Watch Me has a really good idea that there's a player above him. So he's not going to overstep. He's going to try to bide his time, while also providing a little bit of support. I think there's still 2 Luxembourg players in that building to the south of the road. And then, as you said, Germany is looking into this. Germany is sniffing out the area, figuring out where they can get in and what kind of push they can take. And V8, for example, he has to be so careful. I don't think he has an idea.
No, I don't think he knows. He must have heard by now that someone is above him, but I think he still doesn't really fully realize the danger of the situation he's in, with more Azerbaijani players all around him.
And the full Germany behind him.
V8, yeah, Germany hasn't even entered this fight. But now V8 has spotted him. He's trying to go for these jump shots. Can be very dangerous and really, really beneficial as well. But now the play up top is going to be sandwiched between 2 players at the same time. And I think they've just been able to take him down. Actually, no, he's still alive. But now Marlo, any second, is surely going to try and take this one. Pauli's engaging the player now, but Marlo is going to come out on top. Gets immediately traded, though, by Germany.
It's a big entry for Germany. It's going to make that fight that little bit easier to approach. But if they're not watching out, this fight's over before they even enter. Now, 2 knocked on Moldova, 1 flushed, just 1 player left standing. And Azerbaijan as well have lost 1. 3 man up still a force to be reckoned with. But you can see Germany is pretty hesitant about this. They get the opening knock, but they know there's a whole lot left in this. And they don't want to overstep. They don't want to walk past the shotgun and lose 2.
Yeah. Good on them for doing so. Gotta be honest. Good on them for doing so. More players now being taken out. Georgia is the second team to be eliminated. After Albania, which is 1 player from Luxembourg, is missing as well to potentially make that 3. Now Germany is running in. Should be able to potentially catch off guard a couple of players, but actually 2 from Germany being flushed out and taken down almost immediately as soon as they entered the building. And I think it's just 1 player left alive now. Marlo is looking for him. He's got no amount of field. He's only got 2 bullets left in the chamber, and he's going to be taken down by 0, but not without doing massive amounts of damage. And look at this. It's only 1 player left standing for Germany. He's being surrounded by Azerbaijani players already.
He's trying to get at least 1 of these reses through before they come on in, but it's going to be a hard task. Ghosty still on his knees, still knocked down. They don't want to let him get flushed, but they might have to concede this just to survive. 0 comes around the back, at least a little bit of freedom for him, a little bit of space to move around. He comes back in, the DBS is not connecting, and just like that, Germany, a few kills, 3 of them this time, and they are sand packing. Azerbaijan is the team that comes out on top of this hot drop. Not sure if they have any idea that Luxembourg is still here as well, by the way. But 6 kills is a solid start. 6 kills is where you might want to start being okay with trading a player for it.
Yeah. Wow. Honestly, wow. That was a five-way fight. And it looks like Azerbaijan was the one team to come out of this one with 8 frags, if I see that correctly. 8 frags out of this one. Now, we said it's going to be unlikely anyone's going to catch up, but that is one hell of a beginning. That is one hell of a beginning. That's exactly what you need if you want to catch up. And despite that, it's still almost 30 points. Unfortunately, they've lost a player. Otherwise, I would have deemed it very possible for them to do more with this one, as we are down to almost the usual number of teams in Phase 1.
Bit of a bridge camp on the south side of the map, not leading to a whole lot. Poland, they were in an early fight. They lost some members, but they also picked up a kill. Maybe they've even stayed clean in this, excuse me. 4 elims, 4 players up, and they're taking the fight straight to Armenia. Another kill granted, another point picked up. Now, if Pusher doesn't hit some absolute bangers, this is going to be a pretty tricky fight for Armenia, because they're just now getting the 3rd player in the mix at all. Poland, a sign of life, but is it too little too late?
One more nade from Pusher. Could do massive damage, but he's not going to catch anyone just yet. Poland is fairly safe in and around that ridge line. Pusher doesn't seem to know that they're all further towards the western side. Oh, Neymar falls down. That is horrible. That is horrible. It equalizes the situation. Poland really just wanted to get away from this, but now they might be in trouble in terms of reviving this player, but it doesn't look like Armenia's making too big of a move. They must have realized that this happened, but once again, them being down to 3 does keep them at bay for the time being.
Hate to lose a player to the blue zone. Bit of fall damage might have been in the mix. Push it on the roof. Good angle for him, but has to be caught out. Has to be careful not to get caught out as well. Poland needs to string together some big games here, right? They need big stuff coming out. They spot Pusher on the roof here, Glonked, I think. But how much can they do against this? And how long can this fight last before both teams are losers? Before both teams are just too low, too many meds consumed, too much damage taken. Pusher only finds 1. Armenia is not looking good. And Poland might have just closed this in time to actually still make it to zone here, Alex.
Next zone happens. Far towards the western side. That is horrible for all these teams right now that we just witnessed. Poland especially.
Oh,
look at the distance Poland now needs to cover to even get into the second phase. That's nuts. And likewise for Spain, for example, as we have the next fight happening. We will see, and that's just the nature of a qualification like this. We will see more fights happening early on. It's the same way we saw Germany, for example, going for that hot job in South Georgia's last game. When you need big rounds, that is kind of your best chance of getting these, right? Starting off early, isolating players and teams. Maybe trying to get into situations that you have the advantage on early on.
That is what you need to be doing. Find a weakened team. Try and push onto that weakness. Try and eliminate whatever you can see that just shows you any signs of weakness. Melbourne trying to do just that now. He's going to ring out the shots here on this car in a second. But there it is. The off angle from the side. He had no idea. It's a nice trade, though. It's a good bunch of damage traded, but it is the flush coming out. And now suddenly a team that was driving away is pulling up right into your face. Striker has to deal with this right here, right now. Gets behind the car, a little bit cover to play with, but it's an absolute mess. Potentially gets involved from far, but it's not enough to save his teammate. Now he's in the open. This is a messy fight. And the 3rd team here, Croatia, has barely gotten involved yet.
Yeah. Still kind of want to look at the Libor situation, how all of this is going to matter, because Belarus, 5 frags. We said everyone who wants to have a shot on this one in the next game needs to win now. Now, Belarus, yes, it's a good start. Same for Poland, same for Azerbaijan, but all these teams have already been in fights, and 2 out of these 3 have been weakened already. And yes, Serbia has got a chance in this one as well, but they need even more than just a win and another game. They need a win and another big game, potentially even 2 wins to make it happen. I think they actually do need to win safely.
Yeah.
So Serbia is nowhere near that right now. So realistically, 2 out of these 3 teams that could catch up have lost a player at the very least, if not 3 players already.
You need a back-to-back. That's what I'm going to say. If somebody is going to close that gap, they need a back-to-back. And I see Bishka knocked in the kill feed there. Yeah, they're taking a fight. Sure. but they're taking a fight to one of the best teams in the lobby. They better get away with it. They better get away with it cleanly as well. Poland is continuously on the left side of that kill feed as well, Felix. They're picking up a whole lot of frags, and they're making their way towards that 6th place that they're trying to push themselves out of. Melas now, look at this. So much pressure coming his way. His car's almost blown up. The DMR shots from Wild from range are an actual problem here for this Serbian squad. And if they can't deal with it quickly, there's going to be someone else around to try and benefit.
Yeah. Not going to be easy. Not going to be easy. It's a pretty tough zone on top of all things as well. If you look at it, like realistically, it makes sense that so many teams are still outside of it. I feel like half of the lobby is outside fighting themselves. And then you have Turkey playing for center circle. You have Serbia playing for center circle. Some of these teams that really, really need to do it and haven't been caught in fights phase 1. These are the ones that kind of go for centralized positions more so than others. But if it's going to work out, we'll have to wait.
What a molly.
Serbia is being third party tier. Really good molly. That's how you use these. Molotovs can be so beneficial, but it's really hard to use and find the correct situation to actually do it. There's some rounds. Going to result not only one knock, but a second knock as well. And Serbia is in big, big trouble. This might be it for them. Yeah. This might be the end of the qualification run.
Just too much pressure for too long from too many sides. Now they're picking up Koa. They're going down into the low ground compound. Can they at least make it in there with 2 players? Okay, maybe a bit of a reset, but how much are you going to do as a duo with France next to you as well? France on one side, Turkey on the other, Czech Republic looking on in. It's not looking spicy for them. It's not looking good for Koa and the rest of the squad. And on the other side of things, Poland continues to be on the kill feed, but this time it's on the wrong side.
Man, it's... I feel like Poland... If anyone's going to step up, I feel like it's going to be Poland. But Poland is in such a tough spot from what we've just witnessed that I think it gets all the more unlikely. One more knock coming out from Turkey. Turkey has been super, super quiet today. We've talked about this. So them prioritizing zone in this one, bringing things back, trying to prioritize position here and pick up some very easy frags in this specific circle is not out of character. They need to bring back the confidence. They don't want to drop down to 5th place. I think that would be probably the biggest upset even today, with Bulgaria potentially even overtaking them, and it's only 2 points. That's how crazy Bulgaria's run has been, and that's how crazy Turkey has lost their point average during the 5 games that we've witnessed, or 4 games rather, and the 5th game right now.
Yeah, this is going to be something that they'll have to think about, and something that they'll have to look at when they look at the World Esports Cup. These guys, they're a full team as well, right? They're a full team in their normal lineup. Brigankaria, Bra Esports. They have their coaching staff here. They have their full lineup here, and they'll have to look at what happened on this day too, and how they fell off this hard. Because realistically, that was below their standards. That was not the Turkey we've seen yesterday. And if that happens on a bigger scale, on the finals at the World Esports Cup, then that's going to be a problem for them, because competition is going to be so much far more fierce there, and you're not going to be happy with a 4th place there. That's where every single placement matters. This time, it doesn't matter that much. They will still qualify, but if that happens to you at the World Esports Cup, that's going to be giving a big chunk of the prize pool if you've fallen down from 1st to 4th.
Yeah, that's exactly what that means. Next circle that we're seeing right now, it's still crazy. That specific circle and a best of 2 now essentially is such a good message now for all these top teams that just want to stay inside, because for some teams it's such a tough road getting in here, and you can see Poland, Azerbaijan, all these teams had to actually fight their way in here. And for some, it really wasn't, like Turkey, like France, for example. I mean, it's almost the furthest west circle that you could potentially have, and that means for all these teams rotating from an eastern or northern or southern position, it's a really far way, and that combined with 20 other teams means you've got to be forced into fights, like Poland has been, like Azerbaijan has been, like Belarus and all these teams. So good on all these top teams to actually kind of dodge all these fights and trying to go for safe rotations. But yeah, then again, tough circle. We're going to wait and see how it plays out. More fights will be happening until phase 5, and it's already only 12 teams alive.
Yeah, this has been a brutal game. This has been a game where we lose a lot of teams early, a lot of fights, but the Circle is to blame for this, I think. The phase 2 shift was absolutely mental.
Yeah.
And forced a lot of teams into these early skirmishes, these early fights. Poland's made a move, right? Poland's gotten themselves 10 elims. That's big. Now, how do they move out of this town? And how do they keep players alive? That's the next question, and that's the next big problem. Because if they don't win this one, it's going to be hard. And if Bulgaria puts any sort of points on the board, Turkey puts any sort of points on the board, impossible to catch. So Poland can't be happy with what they achieved so far, and they can't let it stop them that they've lost a member here.
No, I really can't. Croatia in the next fight will be naded from Montenegro. Montenegro has been desperately trying to get into late game in any of these rounds, but they just have always been caught up in early skirmishes. If it hasn't been a contest against Albania, then it's been some kind of other skirmish. May that be Spain, may that be Serbia. I've seen it all at this point. And even though the fighting has been relatively good for them, I'm gonna say I'm positively surprised by a lot, actually, by Montenegro. Whenever we see them fight, they're showing creativity, they're showing initiative. Just getting to late game and picking fights that are actually kind of like necessary and beneficial to them has been, I want to say, the biggest problem for them in this qualifier stage so far. So 39 points. That's what they're at the moment.
Yeah. It's staying clean as well has been a problem. I think they win their fights a lot. They get a lot of kills. And I think they got together a very reasonable hold here. That was not easy versus Croatia. But they're not able to stay clean with it. They're not able to keep 4 players up. Now, one good nade could do the trick for Croatia. I'm not quite sure if he knows where they are. But even if Croatia does get cleared out here, even if they do get themselves another elim, another good molly. Wow. Player's been so clean with this. But even if they do, Poland's on the doorstep. And it won't matter. It won't matter if you get the res now or later. You're not making it into placements. You're not making it into late game here.
Good stuff. Croatia will indeed find the last player. I think it was Hyde from Montenegro. He gets taken out. 39 points is going to be their final point standing going into the last game of this qualifier. And for Croatia, it is about honor. It is about dignity. 39 points for them as well, overtaking direct competition Montenegro on the overall leaderboard. And there's still a couple of places they could potentially make their way up to. First leaderboard page is reached. If they would maybe get into a top 3, top 2 scenario in this one. But that might be a tough rotate in as well. You could see some of these top teams still alive all around. Azerbaijan has lost a player in the process. Poland is now still 3 players long, but a big problem for all of these teams is, and once again, it's no surprise that we have these 5 teams with such a big distance on the overall leaderboards up ahead. The big problem is that Bulgaria, Turkey, France, and Ukraine has all lost a player. They have not lost a player yet, and it's down to 11 teams. All the top teams are in a really good spot as of right now, and I don't think it's going to change.
Yeah, you just have to look at that live leaderboard, and you just have to understand why it's so hard to catch up to the top 5. Just look for green. Look for green on the live leaderboard, and you understand why the top 5 is there, right? It's tough. It's tricky. And now Poland, they want to make a move. They're getting shot in the back by the last Croatian player. I'm not sure where they're going in this. I'm not sure what position they've picked out for themselves. Maybe it's the center shack, but now the cars crashed. They're in the middle of the open. They're getting peppered.
What are these
Their
positions?
game is done. I don't know if that's a flip. I don't know if that's a tire pop. This car looks fine to me. But if they want to play there, then that's not a play. I'm sorry. This is not the Poland we've seen on day 1. And it really, really hurts to see them this way.
I can understand. I felt like it's a good spot, but it's only a good spot if Ukraine doesn't control the complete eastern side. And just look at their positions. What can you actually do against positions like these coming out from Ukraine? There's a million sidelines, a million angles. You're not going to be safe anywhere on the northern or southern or even centralized side or edge. So it's just wow. It just goes to show you Ukraine is up there with 143 points, absolutely deservingly so. And despite them controlling the complete northern side and kind of harassing anyone on coming in, they still have that compound on the southern side. And they still were able to keep out Romania up until this point. Now that fight needs to happen. We can see Fobusman is kind of preparing for it. But they've still got all 4 plays, and they've already secured 4 eliminations. So they've already gotten as much as they wanted to out of this round.
Postman is ready, but not ready for a fight. He's ready to get out of there, and he's hoping to get out of there. He gets out of there alive. Tulika knocks on the other side means a whole lot of resources invested to try and get that knock and get that res back up on his feet. Now, Romania has been bought a little bit of time here to figure out what they want to do with this, and sending Doran over to the other side of the road will tell him, hey, there's lots of space here. There's actually not a lot of players in front of us. We can just cross the road. We do not have to commit for a full fight versus the Ukraine. So likely going to see them doing that, and likely going to see them switching into some of these positions between the Czech Republic and the Croatia solo. Few ridge lines to be played, but it's looking like they want more. It's looking like they're just breaching the compound. Doran, did he not know there was cars here, or does he just not care?
I think he just doesn't care at this point. Doran pulls up on the compound. Czech Republic right inside of it. He vaults in. He doesn't get spotted. S12k in hand. It's a quick trade. I think it's 2 trades, actually, to get all the help of Turkey out there in the distance. Going the way of Czech Republic. That means it's only Lawrence left alive, left standing, trying to keep Romania in this tournament. And he's done so beautifully today, but at least in this round, it's just not going to be enough. Unfortunately, Czech Republic holding too strong, and the support, especially from Turkey, has just been too damn good. And they will clear out this side. I think they're already making their way towards this. Turkey 6 frags as a result, and on 101 points have crossed the 100-point barrier as well.
Ukraine is big and chilling, taking space now that Romania has just given up, has not decided to be worth playing, and has made this a little bit easier for the Ukrainian squad. We're just into placements now. We still have the Serbia duo clinging onto dear life, hoping that they could do something big out of this one. But we have a whole lot of the top dogs still eyes on the prize. 6 elims for Turkey, 4 for Ukraine. They're just not stopping. They're just playing the best PUBG. It's hard to argue with it.
Yeah, Ukraine. Look at the positions again. I really want to touch on this. I mean, they rotated down the hill, and you would think maybe they have less space now, but maybe more space now. They're literally still controlling, I want to say, a quarter, if not half of the circle right now. I mean, actually controlling, I'm going to say half of it. They're controlling Czech Republic running out of it. They're keeping anyone from the north side of actually going inside the current safe zone. The only team that they're not necessarily controlling as much as Turkey, but that's only because Turkey's playing the edge relatively safely right now. So, massive stuff from Ukraine. Goes to show you these guys are so experienced. They know how to play out these circles. They know the sidelines perfectly as well. And they know how to position the players, each individual, to get the most amount of points and deny everyone else of playing their game. And yeah, 144 points speaks volume about it.
Speaks volumes, loud and clear. And France is in second place. A team that, oh, look at that. That's just sexy. That's just a good nade. Second one is cooked, but doesn't bounce on in. Few shots come out, the breach is there. Kua has to do absolute wonders here. Maybe he gets a double nade out the door. I don't think he'll have time for it. And just like that. Another 2 elims for France. Another bit of space. Ghana, as I said earlier. Serbia, sure, you have a bit of low ground, but you're next to France, and they don't just let you get away with it either. 118 for them, yes. Ukraine's been running away with it, but such a clean approach to the game and such good execution from them almost every time.
Couldn't agree more. France still trying to cling to any of these edge fights. And staying alive, 4 frags is what they've been getting so far. And once again, typical France situation, right? Finding themselves in late game. We don't know where they got these frags from, but apparently they just rain in for them. And they've not lost a player either. Only Ukraine thus far has been losing players in the later stages of this game, at least in terms of the top 3 teams. Azerbaijan and Czech Republic still in, and with only 1 game left. These are still some very valuable points for Azerbaijan. The thought that maybe something is possible, I think that's still alive for Azerbaijan at this point. That 1 more point is going to secure them 71 points. So that means it's just above 22 points now. Just above 22 points difference to Bulgaria. So it becomes possible. Same for Poland, same for Belarus. But a big one is more than just needed. A big one is an absolute necessity. And that includes the prerequisite that Bulgaria is not doing anything in the next game.
Yeah. You gotta pretty much win. If you want to secure it. If you get a double-digit win and you manage to make sure that Bulgaria doesn't get a whole lot of points, it's yours, and it's a heartbreak for Bulgaria. But we still have the 3 top dogs and 1 poor Czech soul in this late game here. Ukraine, they've lost a member earlier, and now they've lost a member to a bit of a snake. So they might be dismembered here a little bit, but they're not out of the question just yet. 1 or 2 good nades could open things up onto France, could ruin their game. But it's feeling like Turkey is going to get so much time and space from this fight here on the north.
It really does feel like it. Ukraine is dancing around these smokes on the southern side. 1 shot could be all they need to open this up, and it goes towards the side of Ukraine. Snowix goes down, and he almost gets flushed as well. France needs to fall back, at least for now, because Snowix has been flushed out as well. Now the flush has actually gone through. That's massive. That's massive. Also for Turkey, who's just been looking at this from the sidelines and just been thinking, wait, how do we actually finish this? Maybe just let them fight it out, and that's what they've been doing. So good on Turkey. Now they actually engage the Ukrainian side. That's Foopsman, though, bringing things back. And the Czech Republic is still there, right behind them. I don't think Turkey knows about this. Now they do. But that's more kind of time that's can't be invested into what's fighting Ukraine. They need to flush out their Zolo. And the rest on Zayla still hasn't come through. Foopsman is trying to go for more. Can he get a second knock? No, he can't. He's going to be denied. But it's enough to potentially put some trouble towards the side of Turkey.
Oh, that was looking so good for a second. He was just trying to find another 1v1. You could see he was struggling so hard to find a flush or find another 1v1. Now Turkey able to consolidate. A good nade towards Old Boy. It's a little far, but he's just going to be healing out. Turkey has taken the time now to get the res back up. 9 elims, 4 players alive. They're in the driver's seat for this. And France losing a member to Old Boy there. That might come back to bite them. They need every single man they can get. This is not an easy win here, regardless. If Turkey pulls up on this ridge, with players still holding from far, you see a lot of DMRs in play. If they pull up to the ridge close, with anchors far, this is super winnable for Turkey.
Yeah, it definitely is winnable for Turkey. I'd still say they're in the best of spots. And especially now that Old Boy's been taken out, that means more angles now against the French players. The French players have put up quite the show so far. The IESF World Esports Championship qualifiers here at the Europe region. 118 points. They came into day 1 already swinging right out the gates. They put up massive amounts of frags, but they weren't able to finish any of these rounds. Now today that has changed. They put up the second biggest round, and look what they're facing right now. The one team that had a bigger round than them, 24 frags, record-breaking round as well on day 1 of the qualifiers, and these 2 teams will be facing off. It has to be said, though, France is they are down due to Snowix being taken out by Ukraine earlier.
Old Boy really ruining the plans of the Frenchies. Now the nades are coming out. They're taking the space. They know where Victor is. They want to flush him out. They want to take that space for themselves, and that's a nade that drives right into Victor, knocked at the same time. Turkey is taking control, and Turkey is doing so in a dominant fashion. They're running over this. They're showing everybody, yes, we haven't had the best of days, but we are not to be messed with. And they will clean up this. Surely spot the player behind the car. The trades should be coming out any second now. Look at the angles that they have all around them. This should be impossible to do. He's trying to do the work, though. He finds 2.
Wait,
he finds 2 at 1v2.
Yeah, he's probably down to 1v2, and he's got time for the first aid. He's put down both the players that are close by, and Robs is going to give him the information as well. Which side is this going to come in from? Navalov, what more can you do? And that is going to be it. Unfortunately, the clutch, the one that we've all been waiting for, is not going to come raining through. It is going to be Turkey indeed picking up the second dinner, I think, of this qualification. After that massive win on day 1, this is finally the round where they come back again. It has taken some time for Turkey to get back into the groove of things. But I think we already knew from phase 2 and phase 3 onwards, Turkey had the best chance of winning this. That positioning was absolutely perfect.
That positioning was perfect, but it was a tough fight until Old Boy helps them out, right? Until Old Boy makes that so hard. And I was ready to talk about the Turkey win there. I was ready to talk about the Turkey win. And then suddenly Navalov finds 2, right? Like, out of nowhere. And finds time for a first aid. I thought Turkey was just clearing that as a 4-man, at least as a 3-man. Basilas was so far away. So crazy stuff towards the end game here in a crazy game that started off with phases that really just put us down to, I think, 15 teams in phase 3. Yeah, 13 teams in phase 4. We really were bleeding players here, Alex.
Yeah, plenty of these teams also try to go for big rounds. I mean, everyone down there, especially the middle of the pack, they knew
Yeah.
if they don't win this round, and we said it before the game, if they don't win this round and they do it in a big fashion, there's not going to be a chance to catch up to Bulgaria. Now, lucky for them, Bulgaria has done absolutely nothing this game. They've gotten 0 points, so the opportunity is still there. But despite Bulgaria not doing anything, the rest of the teams didn't either. So Bulgaria is still kind of in a safe boat. So getting a couple of frags, double digits, is going to be easily enough for them to secure qualification, even if a team like Azerbaijan, Poland takes home the win, because they would need to do so in 15, 20 kill fashion, and that's just not what we've seen from these teams.
I'm hoping someone gets close to make it a little bit spicy towards the end. But it's another big win for Turkey. They haven't been the most consistent team, but they've been winning, and they've been winning a whole lot. Now,
yeah,
big numbers from Silas again, but nicely spread across the team. They were taking fights where they could. They were taking a lot of space early, taking a lot of angles early as well. I really like the approach where they weren't just going for the most central position. They were holding their ground, and they were dominating their ground. And that's how they took out a lot of teams that had to come towards them. Serbia being one that comes to mind, just proning behind cars, no cover to play at all, just getting decimated slowly by that Turkish squad.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from them. Plenty of teams going out early. I expect the same to happen in the next round. And to be honest, it's just always how these qualifiers go. So I wasn't surprised so many teams being taken out. But that combined with the zone,
yeah,
obviously put a huge favor to any of these teams that were able to secure a position early on inside that phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 zone towards the western side of Monte especially. So good on all these teams. That's the overall leaderboard. 153 points with that round. Yes, Turkey won it, but I think the star is still Ukraine and France. From the way they've played the second day, they seem to be way more consistent than Turkey. But Turkey is always good for the big rounds, and I guess that was a good testament to that. 118 points for them, 101 Romania. Now it gets spicy. 93 as we go into the last game. 93 points on Bulgaria. Be reminded, top 5 is going towards the IESF World Esports Championship later this year in Riyadh. 93 points on Bulgaria, 71 on Azerbaijan, 70 on Poland, and 66 Belarus. I'd count out Serbia. There's mathematically no way to catch Bulgaria. But Belarus, Poland, and Azerbaijan, these will be the 3 teams that we need to focus on.
For sure. I'm saying Azerbaijan, Poland, because we've seen a 34-point game, but that was from Turkey. That was not from a team in 7th, 8th place, right? That was from a dominant force in this lobby. So I'd be counting that out, but we'll see. And we're hoping that they get close, and we're hoping they put up another good showing. I think, by the way, I don't just think that. Germany out of the bottom half of the scoreboard is something we haven't seen before, but they're not here anymore.
Yeah.
Completely unbiased German caster here.
No, that's
love to see that.
That's fair. Look, there's plenty of teams I would have expected to still be there in the top 5, top 6, top 7, top 8 run while we were at the topic of it. I gotta say, this is the most surprising qualifier in IESF PUBG Mobile history. I think there's never been such a dominant force coming out of top 5 that we had a more than 20-point difference before the last 4 games have been played. I don't think that's ever happened. I'm not sure it's going to happen again. That's just really unusual in a best of 12. In a best of 18, best of 20 maybe, but in a best of 12, that's really unusual. So I got to give credit to all these top teams out there, Bulgaria especially, who've really they've just been shining today. So, exciting going into the last game. Is there going to be the chance? I think we'll find out soon, Kobo.
We'll find out soon, and we're going to one last break before we do. So don't go anywhere. One last match to see who makes it to the World Esports Championship. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. The last time in the next few weeks that I'm going to be saying, oh, that was the break, guys. Welcome back. We have one more game in the IESF World Esports Championship Qualifier Europe. One more game, Felix. We're going to be looking at if anybody does the unthinkable. And if not, we're going to be looking at some pretty good PUBG from a lot of teams in this lobby.
Yeah, I think it's predominantly going to be good PUBG Mobile because I think it's just that unrealistic, and I think you kind of touched on it just a tiny bit there. Yeah, I mean, what's going to be needed? A win from either Azerbaijan, and I don't even remember all the teams now that have a potential. I think it maybe even Poland, we said, if Bulgaria goes out immediately, maybe even Poland, but they need like a 20-kill win, maybe something close to that. But also Azerbaijan, obviously, and I mean...
It all depends on Bulgaria, right? If Bulgaria has another 0-pointer, then yeah, sure, it's possible.
Maybe.
But Bulgaria, when you look at their track record, today, that's not really a thing they've been doing at all. This was the first game. They had 6 points into 8 points into 20 points into 15 points. They've had really, really big games today, and to see anything exciting on the leaderboard, we need to see them completely fall short. We need to see them drop out, optimally with 0 points, and then a 12-kill win, a 13-kill win can suddenly be enough. And that's achievable, I think, completely achievable for an Azerbaijan or a Poland. But that's a lot of ifs. That's a lot of ifs, and we'll have to see if any of them materialize. We might just see Bulgaria kick the game off with a good rotation or with a good team fight, and then suddenly it becomes so much harder.
I think you nailed it. It's a lot of ifs, but all these ifs, we've seen PUBG Mobile esports stories before. All these ifs could potentially come through. I mean, it is about qualifying to one of the biggest tournaments of the year, IESF World Esports Championship in Riyadh later this year, and I think they're gonna do their absolute best to make that happen. But yeah, Azerbaijan, to kind of remind yourselves where we stand right now. Azerbaijan has still got an opportunity to qualify. Poland and Belarus as well. These are the 3 teams that, in theory, with all these ifs that we've talked about, one of them being Bulgaria not doing any points and them winning the round, could have a chance of breaching into that top 5, because be reminded, top 5 is going to qualify towards the IESF World Esports Championship. The first places have already been secured through the Asia and Oceania qualifying. In case you haven't watched these games, make sure to replay them on all the socials from the International Esports Federation. If you're watching this on YouTube, obviously it's going to be very easy for you to get a hold of these VODs, but also plenty of other channels. Just make sure to check out Instagram, Twitter, and all these sorts of channels to find the necessary links. But yeah, crazy qualifier there as well, with I wouldn't really say upsets, but definitely fierce competition too. So I'm excited to see this one obviously conclude as well.
And it's a crazy situation. It's not a situation we're usually in, right? We talked about it plenty, where the top 5 just seems to have separated themselves so far from the rest of the pack, and Bulgaria doing so as well without winning a game. They are by far the only team up there at the top that hasn't won a game. Now, Turkey's put the 2nd on the board. Ukraine's won 4. Serbia has won a game, and Serbia is 40 points behind Bulgaria. That's mental, no? That's crazy scenes. That's something that just you don't see a whole lot. So not being able to close out the games, but putting up huge numbers, putting up big numbers of frags. I want to see towards the end of the tournament. I want to see what IC is doing when it comes to eliminations on that team, because they have 67 total. But we'll have to wait and see. One more game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into one last plane. We're going into one last Miramar. And we're going to see one more game of beautiful PUBG Mobile with 21 teams and 84 players ready to go.
It could all happen. It could all happen. I think the first teams have obviously secured their ticket already. We're talking about Turkey. We're talking about Ukraine. We're talking about Romania as well. I think the one team that has surprised us the most in the top 5, together with Bulgaria, and then also obviously France, not to be underestimated, but at 125 points as of right now. Big stuff. Big stuff. None of these teams will be caught up to. Romania, in theory, depending on how well Bulgaria plays in this one, could drop down to the 5th place, but being caught by anyone below that is mathematically impossible as well. almost at least. If you're not Turkey, with that one specific round that we're seeing here in the distance, flying on down. But yeah, it's just not going to happen. 27 points for Romania in terms of placements and 74 in terms of LMs. That is more than Bulgaria and almost double what Azerbaijan has. So once again, Romania with a massive, massive performance. I would have put them on the same level as Moldova, as Serbia, and as Bulgaria as well going into the tournament. But they have been the one team that has outshined everyone else in terms of potential favorites. There were clear favorites. I'm talking France, I'm talking Ukraine, I'm talking Turkey. But in terms of not so clear favorites, but potential favorites, Romania, and we haven't talked about them enough, have been the team that has outshined everyone else.
For sure. For sure. Bulgaria, they're in the mix as well, right? But Romania, a little bit more solid, a little bit more consistent. Turkey, in a bit of a hot drop with not a whole lot of guns to play with here. A bit of a dicey situation. Hits the prone with Uzi. Uzi comes around the corner, but there's no bullets left for Blue. He's pre-fired them all. And an instant punish means that Croatia is now down a member in a Picado hot drop. Iconic one. Beautiful buildings to be fighting it out in. If you have the right weaponry, that is.
Mark Uzi against the shotgun. Misses the shots, and that's going to be it. He's going to get the flush as well. As Jamali goes down. No chance for him to pick up anything else. And yeah, that's Croatia down to just 2 players, despite them putting up some good trades. But yeah, Turkey, that's the one team that doesn't need it. Croatia needs it. Turkey, on the other hand, doesn't really matter. And I think that's also why they hot dropped, to be fair. I think that's also why both of these teams hot dropped this instead of just running away. There's not really too much meaning for any of these teams.
Yeah, Turkey, another bit of TDM, you know, another bit of shooting, another bit of getting things going, but probably more teams that would care about this fight a little bit more than Turkey right now. They've put up good numbers. They've put up a good game in the last one as well, making sure that nobody forgets that they are kings of the castle. We've seen Moldova in the kill feed. We see Armenia in the kill feed. We see Azerbaijan in the kill feed. It's been a wild start to the game, but we are watching some of the champions here. Like you said, some world champions on this team and some potential champions of the World Esports Championship if they continue their form.
More shots coming on through. Turkey's going to close it out, and they will once again secure it cleanly. Not a single player has been dropped. It was to be expected to some degree, but also, we said it a million times before, hot jobs never really do pan out the way you plan. So for them to do it, good on them. Good on them. Turkey's going to continue in this game. I think maybe the spark has been lit. Maybe they do want to not finish this one in 3rd place now. They have realized, wait, we're dropping now massively. I mean, just a couple of games ago, they were on around 91 points. They were tied with Romania at some point. I think that's when they realized, wait a second. Yes, we're qualified, but let's go out in the fashion that everyone is used to from us.
Could be a thing. All I'm hoping for here, all right? All I'm hoping for is that we can cheer for a kill of Luxembourg. All right? I want to see one. Let's go Bandito with the AK. Pasha around the corner. He does a good bit of damage there. Oh, 50 damage is all she wrote. Now Laura Coco with the UMP. Clutch might not be able to get that flush. There is a chance here, all right? There is a dream against the big 0 on the scoreboard. Azerbaijan, meanwhile, they do clean up the rest of Armenia. And they're one of these teams that we seriously have to look at for a chance to catch up today.
More teams going to be fighting this round. So not just 5 teams in Luxembourg. So, in La Cobriera. But Luxembourg is still going to be one of them, and just as much as Azerbaijan. So that's, I guess, the one good thing for Azerbaijan. I was saying that, but the last time they did have 4 other teams in here, they were able to secure themselves 8 frags. This time around, it's just going to be 5. Fortunately for them, they will not lose a player in this one. So I think that's a pretty good trade-off. I'd rather take 5 and not lose a player than take 8 and do lose one, especially if you're the team that is going to have to catch up to Bulgaria. That is a massive, massive start. Now, we've talked about this, how crazy it seems, but Azerbaijan with this start, I think, has gotten past the biggest hurdle of them all, which is surviving the hot drop, securing frags, and staying alive with all 4.
And it's a quarter of the points that they need. They need 20 points to catch up. They've just gotten themselves 5, right? So that's a big step. That's not something short of great for them. Poland now, it's not been their day, but they're stepping up for early kills again. Do they know about the player behind him? Yes, he does. Barely turns it around in time. The UMP has to come out now. He might just pull off the 1v3. He only has to line up one more. The sprays come out. It's not clean, and it's not meant to be. 1v3 denied. And a knock and potentially a flush here towards the side of the Czech Republic.
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to come down to. Poland, unfortunately, I wonder how this one is going to turn out. They've lost a player, and that's going to massively hinder their chances, depending on how this, obviously, the next couple of circles shift. But they're not really in a great spot as of right now. They will eliminate the Czech Republic. They're going to be the next team to go out of this run, out of the IESF. Well, Esports Championship will potentially end in that 15th place, unless, obviously, Albania or Spain do something. But yeah, Poland, one of the teams that are also playing catch-up. 74 points, closing the distance. But it's 19 points that are still needed. That means 9 more frags and the win. Just to give you guys an idea and put this into perspective. Still plenty of points needed.
Still a long way to go. Serbia, on the other hand, they had the dream today. It's not been materialized. They lose a member here early. And once again, I want to draw your eyes to that scoreboard. And I want you to look at who's lost players. And it's just, again, the top 5 that looks super, super clean in this. Belarus versus Moldova. Again, 2 teams that have fallen off hard today, especially Moldova. Really looking convincing in a lot of games yesterday. Not showing up today. And then Belarus as well. Not the best of times. M249 taps are coming out for EXO to confirm himself that frag. But they have to get a res, and I think they did. They got the res. Romania still in this.
Romania still in this. 3 points. Oregon taken. Running to Belgium there. Out of all the teams, running into Belgium is something I wouldn't necessarily have expected there on the rotate. Serbia is now turning up too. Looks like Romania is actually going to be taken out quite fast here. So them overtaking Turkey is not going to be in the cards anymore, and it's going to be all about Bulgaria. But the chances are still there. Maybe to revive a couple of players. Axel has been dropped that first aid, so he's going to be able to take that one. I think he's going to make it in time before the blue zone is going to take him down. But for the rest of his teammates, I don't think the same can be said. He's now starting the revive for the blue zone. Should take him out, nevertheless. And there's also a jump in the distance, already closing on in. And you can see him, he's stopping at the ridge line. He should have a perfect sight on this jump. He hasn't started just yet. In the meanwhile, France is continuously picking up points against Turkey, who's lost 2, maybe even 3 players already. The Silas, I think, just a matter of seconds until he gets flushed as well.
Sorry to interrupt you there for a second, but the circle has gone straight towards Azerbaijan. They have essentially the whole of the center of the circle just completely for themselves. This might be exactly what they needed. They've been a good fighting team. They had their big performance on Miramar, as we see some nice knocks coming in from Germany. This might be everything they needed. Big start, big save for phase 2 that is so impactful in these PUBG Mobile matches. This could be the story of the day. They could blow our minds here. Turkey, 2 knocked from Germany. Serbia squaring off versus Albania. Scrappy fights, nice drop shots. And, you know, a bit of BM to boot. Just because you just won your fight does feel good.
Good stuff from Turkey. I was actually mistaken there. I thought it was some better trades coming out from France, but actually Turkey won that fight quite convincingly. Silas gonna be taking down the first player of Germany that entered the building. I think it was Hisk, actually, but the trade is immediately there. Silas surrounded by the German squad all around as they want to make their way up the stairs. Gia is closing the distance now as well. But unfortunately, Silent has been flashed, and it's all down to Wild. He can't enter the room. 2 players right outside. Nate comes in. Gia is taking him down. This is a good turnaround from Germany. At least clawing themselves back up the leaderboard. But it's just happened way too late. It's just happened way too late, unfortunately. They just couldn't make it happen in time. If that would have been that first day of competition, they would have been in the midst of it, and who knows, maybe the second day would have gone better, but they just started way too late. They've almost doubled the points already, from what they've gotten last day. Maybe even almost tripled. So, yeah, including that game, it's probably going to be higher than just the 47. But it's just, yeah, not going to be enough, not even close. Looking at the cutoff point being 93 right now. And yeah, looking at the circle shift as well. You said it. Azerbaijan in a really good spot now.
In a good spot. I'm keeping my breath. I'm not sure where Bulgaria was on the map. Would love to see that as well. But I'm holding my breath just for another few seconds here. Bulgaria, not in the greatest of spots, but they have a lot of space for themselves. They get a hard northern shift. Maybe it's bad news, but this is as dead center as Azerbaijan could be. I'm thinking though, there's a lot of space on this map, Alex, for a Bulgarian squad, and that should allow them to set up and figure out where they want to play and take a whole lot of space, take a whole lot of information. That should set them up for a few points at least, and that might be just all she wrote.
Yeah. Agreed. Wholeheartedly agreed. Next fight is coming in, and I think that might just be the first team being taken out that still had a chance in this one. It's Poland. They will meet direct opposition and the best performing team, and they will be taken out in quick succession. 1, 2, and 3. Ukraine has been taking these frags time and time again. They have almost never lost a fight until the very end stages. And this time around, it's not going to be any different. Ukraine picking up Poland. Poland, with this being eliminated, not having a chance, they played a perfect, really strong day one. Unfortunately, the second day, they just couldn't catch up to the performance of day one. They just weren't able to keep up the points average. And it's what we expected. I think day one was surprisingly well for them. I think not even them suspected to have that much success. Yes, it's an experienced roster, but only half of it really is that experience internationally. So, understandably so, they will be taken out in 7th place. More direct composition being taken out. Belarus, Serbia have dropped the ball too. So I think at this point, it's safe to say it is all around Azerbaijan that we need to look. It's all about Azerbaijan.
It is the only possibility for things to get tight for the Bulgarian roster. But again, like I said, I think they're still in the driver's seat here. They're not out of the conversation because they're in a really, really good spot themselves. A rare bolt action for the French squad. Navalov looking to see if he can pick up a nice, easy knock and confirm. Maybe make sure they stay in second place. You might not know the exact point situation. Would be nice to finish above the Turkish roster. Would feel good for them as well. But the big story is Bulgaria and Azerbaijan.
Bulgaria hasn't secured a placement nor a kill point just yet. 93 points. If it continues being like this, it will mean 6 more frags, potentially, depending on the tiebreaker, 7 more frags, and then Bulgaria taking home the win. So Azerbaijan taking home the win. So it's all about Azerbaijan going as deep into this one as possible. A second place, in theory, once again, if Bulgaria does absolutely nothing, a second place, it's just theory craft right here. Second place would be enough if Azerbaijan takes home 10 frags, I think it is, 10 or 11 frags, and the second place. That could be enough as well. So it's not necessarily the dinner, but it's almost the dinner that is going to be needed.
Yeah. Realistically, most of the time it is, because I'm thinking as well, right? There's a very low chance that Bulgaria goes out with 0 points, but I say that, nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's really going to happen. Romania sending it right below the Azerbaijani squad is an opening. Is a chance that they can maybe take out one of rotation, but they're playing it very safe right now. They're not going crazy on the aggression. I feel like they're just mainly playing for the win and not playing for the kills, which might come back to bite you in the long run. Foopsman, here's a few steps in that compound, plays it safe, dodges the nade, and once again, Montenegro not able to pick up a whole lot here, most likely. Good damage from Foopsman. He's got to do a little bit more, though, as the player's still dancing around the outsides. There's the jump shot. There's the knock and flush on the inside. This should be all done for the Montenegro squad, as they've just been a little bit too isolated.
Are able to get revived at least. And I'm just thinking, what kind of shift would need to happen for Azerbaijan to have the best kind of ability? It feels like we're all rooting for Azerbaijan at this point, but I just want to make it spicy. I just want to get as much of a potential exciting last game as possible. And I feel like with the way they're positioned, it doesn't really matter that much because the way Bulgaria is positioned as well, they can kind of play off of any kind of circle shift, at least fighting-wise. So I'm not even sure if the circles do matter at this point as much. Obviously, in terms of winning it, a straight circle shift towards Azerbaijan would be great, but I don't think it's necessarily going to hinder the chances of Bulgaria, is what I'm trying to say. And Bulgaria needs to also go out early. It's what we said. Bulgaria needs to go out early, and Azerbaijan needs to win the game. And maybe, just maybe, there's a way for them to realize where each other are positioned. They're right next to each other on the map. Maybe if one knock happens and they realize, wait, this is our direct composition, especially for Azerbaijan, it might be more worth it than Bulgaria. And if they engage it then and win it cleanly, that's the part where I could see it happening, because these types of circles also tend to kind of favor the northern side instead of just centering up, I want to say. So that compound that Azerbaijan is playing off of right now is one of the strongest one in the circles right now.
It's that one thing that can really win the game, is just clean wiping the other team. If the circle goes east, maybe Bulgaria has to push Azerbaijan. It's a possibility. But it's not even like their compound is unpushable. It's not even like their compound is a massive power position when teams get close. It's just that it's so high up, right? It has a ton of information. It has a ton of sightlines on the rest of the circle. It's not impossible for Bulgaria to win that 4v4 either. So it is a straight up fight that we could see, and it's a straight up fight I would love to see. Just to see if we actually have to look at that 5th place being touched. We'll have to wait one more phase to see where it goes. I doubt that either of these two are going to make a move now.
I doubt it as well. I think that they're just going to sit and wait. But once again, I want to see this happen now. I want to see a knock happen towards Bulgaria or towards Azerbaijan for them to realize where each other are positioned. This makes it all the more likely. I think Bulgaria is going to play straight into Azerbaijan. I feel like that's going to happen. But the way Bandita is repositioning himself right now, I think they're looking for other options, potentially. They're looking into the valley, but they're soon going to realize there's no one there. So I think the best option, due to the fact that no one else is on the northern side, is actually to engage Azerbaijan. So this might be the fight to end it all here at the IESF World Esports Championship qualifier in the very last game. This might be the two teams that are still in contention and could potentially drop out or drop in, depending on who's winning it, fight it off in the next phase. I don't see another way for Bulgaria to rotate in. If Bulgaria rotates in another way, I see them at a big disadvantage, actually. No matter where they rotate, everywhere there's going to be someone, at least, not only having a sight on the rotation, but also being positioned where you drive to. There's not a single open spot, so I feel like it's the most likely scenario.
I hope they take the fight. I hope they give us what they want. I hope they give the people what they want. But it's not an easy choice for them either. They're not quite sure, and they see a strong team in front of them, right? Azerbaijan is going to be showing presence from that compound. It's easy to get into the mindset of, well, maybe we'll find something easier somewhere else on the map. Germany, knocked and flushed. They're making a send, maybe. They're making a push. They're definitely losing a whole lot of players now to France as well. Might have just been breaching the shacks that France was occupying. Plenty of knocks coming out. Georgia versus Spain about to unravel as well. But all I'm thinking about is, where's Bulgaria going, Felix? I think they're third-partying on this.
Yes, it's happening.
No,
it's happening.
Fight.
Yeah, they're actually not driving straight into Azerbaijan, but Azerbaijan is third-partying, as you've said. And they've just taken down one player from Montenegro. It might be enough, but there's another knock going the way of Azerbaijan. If Azerbaijan, let's Theorycraft, realize this and wants to third parties, there could be a way for them to rotate down there and take the fight towards them. I think that might actually what they need to do. Bulgaria cannot be allowed to take placement points.
Any placement point would make it so much harder. That is one knock, one flush. But Bulgaria has made the breach now, and they've made this a bit harder for Azerbaijan to control, because they've just moved across the whole zone, right? They've just moved all the way away from them. So the fight we were hoping for, not gonna happen. I just wonder how much idea Azerbaijan has of how the leaderboard situation is, because they're gonna lose track of the points. They're gonna lose track of what exactly they need. That's a long-range knock into Bandita. Look how much they're focusing over here. They want to close this out. They want to damage them as much as they can, but it's just one of Montenegro in the compound that's really going to provide any sort of resistance. And now Clutch has been spotted outside the compound. Fire comes back. And this is postponed for another day.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised Azerbaijan isn't going for this more than they are right now. But there's more fights on the edges happening. Georgia is still trying to gather some points. They could still catch Belgium. And there's Spain as well. I think there's actually a direct fight between Spain and Belgium, Georgia. So yeah, it's about who's taking some of these spots down on the second page on the leaderboard side. You want to obviously finish as best as you can, but Albania is chiming in as well. This is a three-way fight between all these teams from 16th to 19th spot. And it doesn't look like it's really going anyone's way. There's knocks on all sides. Georgia has revived from them. Meanwhile, takes down Godzu as Ripper takes him down with the Mini 14. But there's some good shots back from Crazy, who's showing us some good stuff as well from the Spanish side.
Circle goes far towards the open, goes far away from where Bulgaria is playing. So there is still a chance. And I think the chance that Azerbaijan has here is to play a big game themselves. It's just to get the max amount of kills out of this, because there's already 3 points now towards the Bulgarian squad, 2 placements and a placement and 2 eliminations. They have to go big, and they can go big in this circle as well. You're going to see in a second where everybody's moving in. There's not a whole lot to play. There's a little bit of hard cover on that eastern side of the circle, and then there is the hard cover that Azerbaijan is playing, and that's exactly it. So everybody else on the map should be starting to get harassed by that Azerbaijani squad, and if they can pick up a whole lot of these kill points, it's still possible. They're still in this.
It's still possible. There's the next one going against Ukraine, and it's only Georgia now live as a full foreman, but we said it before, and we can only repeat it for so often. Bulgaria needs to go out sometime soon. If Bulgaria takes 6, 7, 8 more points, maybe a second place even, that will be already 6 placement points. Azerbaijan, even winning this and taking home as many frags as they can, it's only 19 players remaining. It's not going to be enough, but now France chimes in. Maybe France can be the deciding factor in this one, as they are third-partying here as well. Georgia is actually, and more frags are being thrown against the Bulgarian side. I think it's just Icy left at this point. And France are looking for him. I think they are planning through this compound. And France is a Zolo as well, and so is Georgia now. I think now that they've been third-partied.
I mean, it's one up. It's one up Bulgaria, and it's been one up for France for a long time. But Bulgaria is not getting a whole lot more out of this by the looks of things. They still haven't moved in either. I think Notorious is in the blue. He's in smokes. He doesn't have where to go, and Triple G might be the one to close him out here in a second. A few shots come out. If he does connect any of them, Bulgaria out in 7.
Oh, wow.
3 points for them. 96 is all she wrote. Now, we're in sixth place right now. Everybody has 2 placement points. There's 8 placement points more for Azerbaijan, right? If they win the game, that brings them up to 86. They need to get 10 more kills here, Alex. They need to literally just kill everybody.
Are the placement points calculated in already? That's the big question.
Oh, not for them. Not for them. They need to get 8 more kills. They need to get 8 more kills and to win the game.
Yeah,
that's doable.
Yeah,
12
that's
enemies
what
left.
Yeah, it's possible. 8 more kills. And I wish. The question is, do they know this? Because I feel like very often in these types of situations, you can't really keep track of how much you really need.
Yeah.
And then you kind of go too aggressive or too passive. So finding the right balance for Azerbaijan is it's going to come down to a gamble to some degree.
But they absolutely don't know the exact amount of kills. But they should still play for every single one. They know they need a massive game, right? They know that just winning the game won't be enough.
It's once again, it's going to come down to the wire. Azerbaijan has got the world at their feet, but they will need to move. They haven't got this chicken dinner on a silver platter. They have gotten 7 frags actually, and they've got 4 players. That's as much as they realistically need to win this game. But then again, it's a tough breach down the hillside, and there is still a couple of players down at the compound they will be breaching at. But it's once again, it's very doable. It's only really teams that have been weakened before. The only other team that's 4 strong is Georgia on the northern side, excuse me, the northern side from Romania's point of view, obviously. And now they're driving in. It is Ukraine, one of the biggest champions here in this lobby, one of the most experienced players. It's not a chance, actually, for Ukraine. They will be taking down all of them. 9 frags have now been secured by Azerbaijan. Can they do the impossible? It looks all the more likely now.
They're getting so close to this. They're getting into reach, bro. Every single kill they grab and gets them closer to the goal. Oh boy, the rest of the lobby doesn't even know what's happening. Albania driving circles. Romania flexing out of the compound, grabbing another knock, another double knock with the nade even. Endry, he was trying to scout this out. Now he will have to go for some reses, but Azerbaijan, take more space, take more knocks. They're taking down Triple G. They're taking the fight to Georgia, which is another 4-man up. But
they need to grab more than this. That's the big problem. They need
all
more
the
than
kills.
This. We said 8 frags, more was going to be needed. That's, I think, 2, maybe 3 that they've picked up until then. No, there's 2. So they need, what? 6 more frags, and now Albania is driving through this lobby as well. It's going to be really tough to pick up all of them. Actually, it's going to be one that they so desperately needed. Yeah, Azerbaijan is doing this one really smartly. Actually, you said it before. They're now branching out towards the Georgian side. They know this is the winning play, and realistically, Georgia, just based off of their fighting statistics, might be a good opposition to fight right now. But it's a 1-1 trade up to this point.
They gotta kill everyone that's left now, Felix. They gotta kill everybody that's left in the lobby. But there's a knock coming towards Poli. Triple G finally flushed. Can they get the res back up? I think they should be able to. I'm not sure how much util they have left, though. And now Romania is chiming in as well. There's a player still in the compound, though. As you can see, Azerbaijan, they've left one down in the low ground. Poli is flushed. They've lost a member, but that's not the end of the world. As long as they keep getting these frags, it's possible. They can't lose out on a single one, though, Felix. Even if just Albania goes down here, that would be the story done for Azerbaijan, and they have no idea it's that close.
Well, to wait and see. I wouldn't be so sure. They really need everyone. I think maybe the next 3 might be enough, but no, I think you're right, actually. 82, so they need 4 more frags. Yeah, you're right, actually. They need every single one. You're completely right. They need every single one, and then it's only tiebreak, right? Then we'll have to wait and see on who's really getting it. But I think Bulgaria hasn't won a round, so depending on what the tiebreaker is, we're going to have to wait and see then. It might be enough, but there they go. Oh, Georgia has taken him down. Andriy is eliminated, and that's the chances done and dusted. Azerbaijan, all they can really get from this one is 95 points, and that is obviously not going to be enough. Bulgaria has done it. 2 frags was all they needed. 2 measly frags is what they will actually find in the end in this round, and it might just be enough. But Georgia, once again, is still in this one. Maybe Azerbaijan hasn't even won this round just yet, but it looks all the more likely. P19 hand headshot goes through. Sky goes down. Ripper has been spotted out as well, and Azerbaijan will take the round. It is not a definite confirmation just yet, but I think we are 99% sure that I think Azerbaijan will come 1 single point short of qualifying for the IESF World Esports Championship in Riyadh later this year. And Bulgaria picking up 2, I want to say measly frags, but that might have been the most important frags in this entire qualification process. And once again, 2 frags to potentially be 1 point up on Azerbaijan. Unbelievable story.
I was pretty sure that we had the maths right, but I'm not sure if we do. I'm not sure anymore.
I'm not sure anymore.
I don't want to call it just yet because it's gonna be between 1 point. The tiebreaker is, for everybody that's watching, the most amount of matches won in the tournament, and we talked about this earlier. Bulgaria hasn't won a single match. Azerbaijan has won 2. So the tiebreaker is on the side of Azerbaijan. I think they ended on 95, and I think Bulgaria ended on 96. So I think it was literally that 1 kill towards Albania that is missing for them. But we're going to see the stats, we're going to see the scores, we're going to see all of that in a second. We were not believing, let's be honest. We were hoping it would get close. Yeah. We were not believers. I wasn't. I was hoping. But it was a 22-point gap coming into the last game, and they almost did it. Or they did it, I'm not sure. But holy smokes.
It's going to come down to a single point. It's going to come down to a single point whether or not they will actually qualify to Riyadh. Let's take a look at some of these post-match statistics for one last time here at the Europe qualifier. Obviously, Keystone being the most important player here. He was able to secure that 1v1 against EXO. In the compound. Big. That was the most important 1v1, and he realized it as well. He realized, wait, if I don't make a move right now, if I don't take this 1v1, the rest of my team is going to be decimated, and they won't be able to take this fight against Georgia. So massive stuff coming out from Keystone, deservingly so the MVP. It might have been a single point. We said it throughout the entirety of this qualifier, a single point can be the difference between qualifying, booking your tickets to Riyadh, actually getting them booked by IESF, getting the hotels and everything sponsored, and having a chance at this grand prize that we have waiting in Riyadh. But I think it might just be 1 point short for Azerbaijan in this instance. One single point. And also down to the fact that Bulgaria was able to secure 2 of them down in the compound when they were able to breach that that 1-story building, I think it was. And we're hearing from production that the leaderboard gets prepared. So we will find out in a matter of seconds, potentially minutes, but it's going to be happening very soon, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned to find out which 5 countries will be making it to Riyadh later this year.
Oh me, oh my. I feel for whoever gets 6th here.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for whoever gets 6th here. Is it Azerbaijan with the crazy catch-up that's just barely not enough? Is it Bulgaria with such a good day too, who just barely falls short in the end? I'm not sure, but they fought their hearts out. They've played their hearts out, and we knew that some of the top teams were safe, but oh my. We did not know we would have a 20-point game to close things out, to make it so close. Just imagine, right? Just imagine Bulgaria does not get that placement point. Just imagine they get 1 elim instead of 2. Just imagine. If you're a player on Azerbaijan right now, you're going back throughout these 12 matches, and you're going to come up with 10 different times where you could have gotten 1 more point. I've been there. A lot of players have been there. It's not fun. It does not feel good. And honestly, yeah, I would say it again. I wasn't a believer. I didn't think we'd get this. But oh my. Oh my, we did.
It might have just happened. It might have just happened. We'll have to take a look and see the overall leaderboard to have a definitive answer on it. But I think, due to the fact that the last Albanian player was picked up by Georgia, I think that might have cost... I think that might have cost Azerbaijan being 1 point down. And look, the thing also is, Azerbaijan, they didn't make a mistake in this round. Like, they branched out perfectly the way they played it. Also, the very last second, just before the last Albanian player was taken out, they were actually running across this ridge line. Let's take a look. Azerbaijan comes short with a single point. 95-96, ladies and gentlemen. And Bulgaria will be... I guess flying to Riyadh. Unbelievable story. 22 points was not enough for Azerbaijan to secure qualification, as Bulgaria has taken 2 points on their own in the 12th match. Unbelievable story.
What a thriller to close us out.
Wow.
IC Boss is putting Bulgaria in his backpack, and together they will go to the World Esports Championship. But honestly, crazy stuff in that last game, but also crazy dominance from some of our top teams. Look at Ukraine, 160 points in 12 games. Mental stuff. France, Turkey, Romania as well. So consistently at the top there, so consistently getting their elims, getting their placement points. Crazy stuff coming out from these teams.
Yeah, 4th time, by the way, Ukraine has taken the 1 spot in these Europe qualifiers. We got to give it up for Ukraine, especially. These guys have such a strong region, such a strong country. The PUBG mobile esports scene obviously has been pioneered by Old Boy. He's a legend. I've seen these comments in the chat as well. And shout out to the entire team, to Bambini, the coach as well. I've got to include him. You guys have shown us dominant performance year after year after year after year. It's been the 4th time now, once again, to reiterate that. And Turkey, despite on the global stage having the biggest scene, the more success as well. I mean, these guys, 2022, I've got to remind you, that region was the reigning PUBG Mobile champion. And them still not getting close to Ukraine here at the Europe qualifiers time and time again, despite coming in with massive teams. I mean, this time around, Rectum Karia, these guys are really, really strong. And despite the success internationally, just missing recent times and never to be underestimated. But yeah, it's not been enough. Ukraine takes the 1 spot again. And looking over the second half of the leaderboard, there's been some teams as well that have surprised me. Georgia, I want to say, the Czech Republic, Montenegro, Croatia, all these teams showing really great stuff, as well as Albania as well. I got to give shout out to Albania. Really, really well played. Yes, the big round was missing, but very often good at initiative taking. They were never scared of anyone. And they showed us that if you truly believe in it, maybe next year is going to be the time.
Crazy stories, man. PUBG writes some wild stories here to close out the day. And Well, you gotta say, like you said, the top dogs were dominant. Ukraine showing the door to Turkey there at the end, really showing them what's
Yeah.
up. But Turkey still playing a massive tournament. France playing a massive tournament. But honestly, everybody that showed up, I think there's a lot of teams today that came into the day knowing they had a really rough day yesterday and they wouldn't have a whole lot of chances making it today. And they still showed up and they still played every game and they still played their hearts out, you know?
Luxembourg. Shout out to Luxembourg. We got to give shout out to Luxembourg. Did they, I'm not sure if they got a single point there in the end.
No.
They actually...
But they
yes,
they almost doubled their damage, I think. Their overall damage. They almost doubled that in the last game.
Tripled it. I think they tripled it actually today.
That's crazy. No,
so,
honestly, shout out to everyone who showed up.
Yeah.
And shout out to everyone who played some really good PUBG. I feel like all of these teams had great moments. We saw Georgia there towards the end. We saw Spain earlier today. They're not looking great on the leaderboard right now, but they've had their moments. They've shown what they can do. And it's no shame to not be at the top when you have such crazy teams fighting for the first 5 slots.
Yeah, I could wholeheartedly agree. And yeah, that wasn't meant as a kind of like a jab towards Luxembourg. Not at all. I think it's great. If you don't make a single point in the first 6 matches because the lobby is just so damn strong, then usually these teams just don't show up anymore. But they still did it. They still want to get into this. They want to improve. So shout out to Luxembourg, Hungary as well. I think Hungary. I would not if I would have had to guess the leaderboard, I would have maybe expected them somewhere around the middle mark. Them actually being that far down was a surprise to me because whenever I saw their decision making in game, I thought it was great. So crazy stuff as well from some of these teams that are all the way down there. So if Hungary doesn't even make it all the way up there, I mean, can you really blame yourself as Luxembourg, one of the smallest countries we probably have in this entire qualifier? So shout out to everyone for participating. It's going to be fun seeing that next year, honestly, because I think with the way Europe is performing, with the way Europe is increasing now, it's not a coincidence. We have 5 spots for this region as well. With the way it's just increasing and more experienced players from this region that now have experience in international tournaments as well are coming into this qualifier. The competition is just going to increase. It's going to increase and increase and increase and stack and stack and stack. And I think at that point, we might have more than just the 5 that we've seen right now, including Azerbaijan, maybe 6, maybe even 7, including Poland in the midst of it, that are, competing for all these spots.
And it makes sense. It makes sense to see 21 teams here because you could really see that a lot of teams deserve to go and a lot of teams got really close to qualifying to the World Esports Cup. But in the end of the day, you got to make the cut at 5. And that is what we're going to do. And like you said, we'll see next year's qualifiers. We see who shows up and we see who proves people wrong. As that is us done for today. That is us done for Europe. That is us done for this qualifier. Congrats to the 5 teams who made it. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I know you guys have had a good time in chat. I've had the pleasure of reading through some of the comments. And yeah, we'll see you guys very, very soon with the next qualifiers coming up. The next region is Americas. And I can just say thank you for IESF. And it's been a pleasure being here with you, Alex, as well.
Thank you so much. Goodbye from me as well. Do not miss the Americas qualifiers. If you haven't watched Asia and Oceania, we have massive amounts of viewers there as well. Be sure to watch the VODs. Here on YouTube is probably the easiest way to watch them. So International Esports Federation, pretty easy to find. We're very close to 90k subscribers as well, so make sure to hit that subscribe button. I'm just gonna be recommending that because once again, all these rest of the qualifiers as well as the International World Esports Championship will be streamed on this channel as well, and all the rest of the socials from IESF, Twitter, Instagram, and so on and so forth. You'll find them. Make sure to check them out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Nothing but a pleasure. We've had 6 amazing games today. We almost had the miracle of the evening happening. Almost. It didn't happen by 1 point. So congrats again to Bulgaria qualifying as well. I think the rest of the teams were already we already celebrated them enough.
Yeah.
That's it from me. Ladies and gentlemen, have a nice evening, and we're going to see each other once again in the Americas qualifiers coming up very soon.